A very warm welcome to you all. We are live at Buffalo Park for the CSA One Day Cup match between the Eastern Cape Inyati and the CSA emerging team. The news from the middle is that the Eastern Cape Inyati won the toss and elected to bowl first. They have put the CSA emerging team onto the field to bat first and post what they surely will hope to be a chaseable total. I spoke to the Inyati wicketkeeper Mncedisi Malika before the start of the game, and he said the decision from the captain of the Eastern Cape Inyati, Nathan Rue, after winning the toss to choose to bowl is that they are not sure what the pitch has in store for them, having seen East London come under a tremendous, I should say, amount of rain over the past 3 days. The pitch has been under covers for that time, so it will be an interesting thing to see whether or not the CSA emerging team can navigate the Eastern Cape Inyati team for this game. Is pretty loaded, to be honest with you, with their main bowlers, such as Nico van Sale and Chad Klaassen, having come back. They missed almost the entirety of the CSA T20 Cup, but now they are back and we're about to see the first ball of the game. I am not alone, of course. I am with a colleague of mine, Mr. Os Dudichana. Os, how are you today?
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Gengesi. Excited to be here and watching some live cricket, and hopefully it's a good game of cricket with some runs on board.
Here is Nico van Sale with the first ball of the game. Good line, good length. Jorik van Skalvik wisely leaves that one for the keeper. You can see he's already inspecting the pitch. As we said in our broadcast, earlier on in the broadcast, that the CSA emerging team will look to first navigate and check how exactly this pitch behaves in the first few overs. First runs on the board, rocks back, punches it on the back foot. 2 runs and Gaudi Molefe drags it back, and that's how the SA emerging team gets off the mark. Jorik van Skalvik. Pretty easy on the eye. You expect Nico van Sale to be opening the bowling with Chad Klaassen for the Eastern Cape Inyati, as has been the case for the past 2 seasons. That one seemed to nip away from the batsman. The Eastern Cape Inyati lineup sees Nathan Rue continue with the captaincy in the absence of Jerome Bozza. Vian Ruthven, the young man from Pretoria. Lisha Sizani, Jason Neiman, Mncedisi Malika is the wicketkeeper. Christian De Toy, Alindi Lemhletjwa. Oh, that's a very good line from Nico van Sale. You expect him to always be getting that early swing in the game. Chad Klaassen, Tanduntini, and Gaudisa Molefe. That is the starting 11 for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Searching line from Nico van Sale, but Jorik van Skalvik patient. It's worth noting, Os, that the Eastern Cape Inyati are the co-defending champions of this competition. They went to the final with the KZN Tuskers last season And unfortunately, that game got abandoned even after day 2, and they had to share. Oh, there's the one that comes back in from Nico van Sale. Was brilliantly set up, but Jorik van Skalvik was equal to it, and that's how we end the first over. It's 2 for the loss of no wicket after 1.
I think the plan here for the batters is to try and assess the conditions, as there seems to be a little bit of movement off the wicket. The outfield will be a little bit slow because of the rain that we've had for the last 3 days. So let's try and assess the conditions as quick as they can, come up with a plan of how to score runs. And obviously, the Inyati side would be looking to pitch the ball up, inviting some drives, hoping to get some early breaks here. So it's going to be quite an interesting battle of bat and ball here today.
As we see Chad Clausen, as expected, opening the bowling from the other end, bowling from the Bunkers Hill end. Two very different bowlers for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Nico van Sale, you expect to look for the swing up front, and Chad Clausen to just hit that consistent line back of the length. As he bowls one that just jags back in, and Adnan Lagadin was not expecting that, and he, fortunately, gets off strike. That's certainly something for Jorik van Skalvik to keep an eye on. It's very good for the Eastern Cape Inyati to have a player like Chad Clausen back. Like we said, as we said earlier, he missed almost the entirety of the CSA T20 challenge, but he came back strong in the 4-day cup. Finds the nick, played with soft hands, goes all the way down to third man, but Nico van Sale covers, throws it straight back to the keeper. Only 1 run.
Yeah, I think having those two back, Nico van Sale and Klaassen, having those two back in the team, definitely improves your bowling attack. Gives the coaches a bit of a headache, but it's a good headache to have because they definitely strike together. They're a very good opening partnership.
It's a very good point, Os, because those two come from the Easterns all the way up in Benoni, so they would know each other very well, born 2 years apart. Chad Clausen as well, also a former SA under-19 player, so he will know this kind of environment that the CSA emerging team comes from. Oh, that's a close one. That's a close one. Hasn't yet found his feet as Adnan Lagadin. You can see there on the replay, his feet not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. Speaks to the line and the length that Chad Clausen has been hitting so far. And he's also wary of the one that jags back in. He got first up. First extras of the day. Chad Clausen straying a bit too wide. Too close to the body, too straight, and welcome runs for the CSA emerging team.
I think also just for the two youngsters batting out there, as much as they're being watchful, because there is a bit of nip around on the wicket, they should also just be watchful of the ones where they can cash in on. You don't want to be boxed in as a batter. You don't want to become too defensive. You still want to know your lengths. The bowler gets it wrong. And you want to take care of it, like that one. Freeze his hands through over extra cover, 4 runs.
As you said it, Os. First boundary after day after bat. of Adnan Lagadi. That was expertly said by us, as we see there on the replay. A bit too much room given on the offside, and he's able to free his arms, and there's no man on the backward point boundary. Nico van Sale standing at a very square third man. Fixes his line, manages to find the inside of his bat, and he scrambles through for one. And that's how we end over. The score is 10 for 2. It's 10 for no wicket lost after 2, I should say. Quite a lot to dissect from that first over from Chad Clausen. He had a few balls that jagged back, so you can tell that there's something there for the Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers to target. And they'll be hoping that by the time their innings comes around, the pitch will have evened out and the demons no longer exist. Stock standard field for Nico van Sale. He's got a man at square leg and a very, very square third man. 2 slips in operation. He is a man, of course, that can swing it both ways. Well played. Well played. Chance for 2 runs, but it's quickly cut off by the man at deep third man. They're navigating these first few overs well, the CSA emerging side.
It's important for them to stick it out there. You know, it might be tough here early on, but it will get easier as the sun's baking down in the field and the batting becomes a little bit easier. So they have to stick it out there, face up to the tough times ahead.
Oh, that's a very good line. Very good line from Nico van Sale. Just misses out on getting the edge. But it does have the field a bit more enthusiastic. Of course, when it comes to preparation for this competition, no one comes better prepared than the CSA emerging team. It has 7 players that were at the recent 2025-2026 Under-19 World Cup. They were playing in a 50-over competition that was eventually won by India. It's different for the Inyati team because they come straight from 4-day cricket. Strays down the leg side as Nico van Sale. Too much swing on offer at that time.
Yeah, that adjustment from red ball cricket to white ball cricket is quite vast for some players. You know, your room for error in white ball cricket is not as much, and you miss your length, you're gonna get pumped. So that adjustment, it needs to happen, and needs to happen very quickly, as we saw that ball there going down the leg side.
Yeah, that's very true. A case in point when Chad Clausen got smacked over point for a 4 after bowling well his entire over. But you expect Nico van Zyl to keep hitting that consistent line, even though he is swinging the ball, but he always finds the right line to land the ball, always troubling the batsman. Moves down the crease, uses his feet, tries to get the bowler off his navigation, and that's how we end the over 12 for no wicket lost after 3.
The mentality of the CSA emerging side is going to be tested out here today, especially the batters. How mentally focused are you? How mentally switched on are you in conditions where the ball's nipping around? They're going to be tested here today, and if they can stick it out for another 5 overs or so, things will start to get easier. You want to see out the new bowlers. You want the first change bowlers, second change bowlers, and maybe you can put those guys under pressure, but mentally they've got to stick it out there. It's not easy. That's why you bat up the order, because mentally you should be able to take care of those.
The first change bowlers that you're talking about for the Eastern Cape Inyati are likely to be Alindile Mhletywa. Oh, strays down the leg side again, does Chad Clarkson. And you can see he's miffed about that. Alindile Mhletywa and Thanduntini, players that were extremely crucial for them in the CSA T20 Challenge at a time when they didn't have those two opening bowlers. They had to work more as a unit. And I wonder if it's something that plays into the mind of the players, because we saw them work as more of a unit when they didn't have those two strike bowlers at their disposal. Oh, finds the inside edge, almost chops it back onto the stump.
I think when you're missing your 2 strike bowlers, it could work against the team, because your replacement players or bowlers could be under the pump, and then could just things could go what you call pear-shaped. But when the 2 replacement players put their hands up and do well, it picks the team up, because then your plans stay in order, and everything else is executed well. So they did a very good job.
Stopped by the man at short mid wicket, Lihle Sizani. It was an admirable performance from those bowlers that came in for Nico van Zyl and Chad Clarkson. They utilized a strategy that you see all around the world at the moment in T20 cricket, which is rotating the bowlers. Oh, well played. Just punches it. A short jab, I should say, for a single. Gets himself off strike, does Lagadine. He's been holding the strike for a while now. Jorik van Skalvik still on 3. They were rotating the bowlers pretty well in the CSA T20 Cup. Now I'm wondering if they would like to utilize a similar tactic in the 50 over competition.
I think in the 50 overs setup, you tend to go back to regular settings. You give guys 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 overs, depending on conditions, and you follow up with your change bowlers, and then you look to go to your spinners. You've got more time here. You've got a little bit more runs to play with, so the pressure's not that much on bowlers. So regular settings, give the guys time to settle in.
On that Jags back in, and he was not expecting that. It was Jorik van Skalvik, and he manages to survive as we end the over. 4 overs gone, the score is 14 for no wicket lost. Van Sale to continue from the Buffalo Park Drive end. And as we said, we do expect Tandantini and Alindile Mshekyo to come into the attack straight after them. And those two are grafters. Two bowlers that will hit the back of the length each and every single ball. You never ever tend to question their work ethic. Of course, those are two East London born boys. Or should I say Kukompo? As Lisha Sizani misfills, and there's a chance for a couple of runs. And there was also a chance for a run out. But they settle for one. Yeah, we spoke about the name change for the city just before we went on air. The production guys, the Brunt brothers, calling it KG City. That's the new name for East London, folks. Kukombo City.
Very interesting at this stage of the game. It's a bit of a cat and mouse. The batters are waiting for the bowlers to get it wrong, to get off their lengths so they can pounce on them. But the bowlers are sticking out there. And I think it's also just a competition between experience and the exuberance of youth that fills up this under-9 of this CSA emerging side. But the Inyati side is full of bowlers that have got loads and loads of experience.
Oh, that's pretty close. But the umpire never looked interested. That's going to be interesting to see on the replay. It seemed like it was crashing into the stumps.
Yeah, I see there the batter setting up and his movement is towards the offside. Jags back, I think it just hits him outside the line and the height as well. But that one there, he's not going to the ball. His movement is towards the offside. Ball nips back. He's falling over a little bit, looking to score square of the wicket, where he should be looking to play slightly straighter because the ball's moving around quite a lot. There's a saying that coaches use of saying play with an open face of the bat or full face of the bat. In conditions where the ball's moving around, you want to present as much of the face of the bat as possible to give yourself a chance to actually hit the ball. When you start looking square, that's where you fall over. That's when you're going to miss the ball. Ball crashes into your pads, LBW, and shout. Look to play straight, full face of the bat as much as possible. Give yourself a chance to score runs.
I think it goes to that youth you were talking about. Us,
There we go.
where you see that the boys, and that's a better adjustment. That's a very good adjustment. You see that the boys feel hogged down, or bogged down, I should say. The score is 15. The run rate is 3 and over. And maybe being slightly impatient and trying to come up with a scoring opportunity where there isn't any. That's a much better shot. That's a great shot. The outfield is a bit slow, but the ball wins the race to the boundary. We haven't seen a lot of shots today, but I promise you that's the best shot of the day.
And the difference there is that he didn't look to go too square of the wicket. That ball goes to the right of cover, so slightly straighter, and the blade facing the ball, crashing through the covers, 4 runs. So the ball took its time getting to the boundary there. The outfield is a bit heavy. It's going to be on the slow side, but good execution, patience. And I think another thing that young batters out there should never just undermine is the power of the one. You know, that one gets you off strike. That one ticks the scoreboard over and it gets you to the other side where you're no longer facing. So being bogged down tends to lead into looking for boundaries. Get one, get off strike, and just get time to think and breathe.
Jack Dawson hitting that line as we've come to expect of him, as Oss leaves me for a short while, and I am joined by another man from Selborne College, Murray. Murray, how's it, sir?
Morning, Blessing. Morning to everyone who's joined us here this morning. It's been a great start here by both teams, just feeling each other out, seeing how things have gone. As we see Klaassen running and hitting the wicket hard here this morning, as he's got the ball to move around a bit. So has Van Zyl, using just the breeze that's coming off the sea here at Buffalo Park, coming over the side screen. Apologies, the scoreboard. But yeah, fantastic to see the boys out there. Lovely start, as we've said this morning, but lovely to be here.
Yeah, what you just said is pretty true. It does feel like it's a feeling out process at the moment between the two teams. Slashes that at one hard, does Adnan Lagadi, and he only manages to get the single. Nico van Zyl does the covering on the third man boundary. Gets off strike, manages to get Jorik van Skalvik on strike. Still the first 10 overs of the game. Still the first power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. The Eastern Cape Inyati have put those 2 fielders, one at deep square and one at deep third man. Operating a slightly different field for the 2 batters when it comes to who's inside the circle. Malika only has 1 keeper with 1 slip fielder with him when it's Chad Klaassen bowling, and he utilizes 2 for Nico van Zyl.
Yeah, Klaassen seems to be just bringing the ball back into the right-handers a little bit. Hence, they've just gone with the 1 slip. But interesting, both bowlers have had a deep square leg, but we haven't seen them test any of these 2 batters upstairs yet. Looks like a typical Buffalo Park wicket. Looks good, but can be a little bit on the slow side. But these 2 batters have done well to nonetheless get in there and have a good start. I think one of their, as we just see Van Skalkwyk working that one off the hip for 1 onto that deep square leg man. De Toy does the work out there, it looks like. But yeah, a slow Buffalo Park wicket. Not really there for a lot of shot making. And as our co-commentator touched on earlier, it's so important that the batters don't get bogged down as we talk about minimizing the dot balls a lot in T20 cricket. I think that's a ploy that can be used in all white ball cricket, for that matter of fact, Blessing. Just to keep knocking it around, rotate the strike. There's plenty of ones available here for both these opening batsmen.
It does seem like the CSA emerging openers have been playing with hard hands in these first 6 overs. It's a very good shot, worked off the legs, but only goes for 1 run. Chad Klaassen, the man standing at deep backward square, covers that. It just speaks to what you and Oss have been saying about the rotation, strike rotation. It's better to do that when you're playing with soft hands.
Yeah, I think it's just such a good key element to cricket. You know, we watch all this T20 cricket around the world. Lucky enough to have the T20 World Cup on at the moment, where we see a lot of 4s and 6s, and just see Van Zyl bring the ball back in here. But just to continue on that, is A lot of 4s and 6s around, but you know, the 1s and 2s add up just as much, and that allows yourself as a batter to go and stand on the other side and watch. It's best seat in the house, but there's nothing worse for a bowler as he's got to change his plans, because to every batter there's a different plan, and as a bowler you want to just settle into one batsman.
That one that comes back in seems to be the most likely ball, or the most likely ball to be profitable for the Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers at the moment.
Yeah, both Lagadine and Van Skalkwyk have missed out on a couple opportunities to score there. Both of them just slightly falling over there, and we've touched on this morning how presenting a nice full face is key. As Van Sale seems to be targeting the stumps a bit more on this over, but Klaasen unfortunately not able to stop that one, and Lagadine picks that one off his legs for a boundary. Well welcomed here for the CSA emerging side.
He just picked that one up so well off his legs, and he was able to evade the rest of the fielders. Managed to get that ball all the way to the backward square leg boundary, and Nico van Sale, a valiant chase. Chad Klaasen, I should say, a valiant chase. And you can see he did himself a world of hurt there, but he's back up on his feet. As a fighter, is Chad Klaasen. Oh, almost the same result. He did sort of lose his head there, Adnan Lagadine. It would be interesting to see that on the replay, but it didn't make the same connection as he did in the previous delivery.
Van Sale's got the ball to move away from the right-handers really nicely this morning, and this over seems to be a bit of a tactic to keep bringing the ball back into both right-handers, but they've done well. Van Sale just starting it a little bit too straight, which has allowed Van Skalkwyk and Lagadine to just free their hands at it there.
Once again, that's clipped off the legs, and this time the ball wins the race easily. And that's yet another boundary for the CSA emerging team. The score is 31 after 7 overs. No wicket lost. It's a pretty good partnership. They're going at 4.4 runs to the over.
Yeah, just showing us here the key here is these two batters are in. You know, they had a look first up this morning. They allowed Klaasen and Van Sale to bowl. They left a few, had a look, had a feel, and these two batters now showing us why they've been selected for this CSA emerging team to go up front.
It is interesting to note that we haven't seen a lot of boundaries. We haven't seen a lot of boundaries through the offside, especially through the covers. I remember Nico van Sale was hit. Oh, that's great fielding from Khadim Mulefe, and he almost creates a run-out opportunity. It's that kind of excitement and athleticism in the field that makes him such a beloved character in this Eastern Cape Inyati team. Saved a surefire boundary there. As I was saying, I haven't seen them try and pitch the ball up outside off stump often enough. It's always the ones that are coming back in, but not the ones that are jagging back or jagging away or swinging away from the batsman. See, even there, the batsman is going back. And at Buffalo Park, as we said, the ball, you know, is not going to come up as much as you'd like. So it's best if you try and push it up there. invite the batsman to play that drive.
Yeah, certainly on 2 new balls from either end. So both bowlers have a brand new white cooker in their hand. That's a better line from Claessens. As we see Van Skalkwyk, it's a ploy that he's used this morning, is just advancing down the wicket a bit. Just trying to negate that swing by both bowlers. Also not the quickest wicket around, so just wanting to just impose himself a little bit there, try and make his contact points nice and close. But again, these two batters look a good prospect for the future.
Once more, he's looking for 2 sets off pretty quickly, and he gets there very, very easily. That's great running from Yurik van Skalkwyk.
Yeah, great running there, Blessing. Just showing how important it is to run the first one hard, putting the fielders under pressure, and especially, you know, we've touched on, there's been a lot of rain around. Slow outfield, slow wicket, and turning those ones into twos could be vital here today in putting on a good score for the CSA emerging 11.
And it's always a good ploy to test the speed or the acceleration of the mark of a big unit like Vian Rutherford. Plays that one right under the eyes. That's Yurik van Skalkwyk. Certainly questions being posed by the Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers. And at the moment, the CSA emerging team not really giving any answers, but at the same time, they're not stumped. They're not making full use of the batting power play. And you have to ask yourself, wow, that's a great shot. That's a great shot. All the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, you touched on the cover drive in the previous over as being the shot of the day. I think that's closely followed. Lovely free-flowing blade there of Van Skalkwyk, picking up another boundary as we come to the end of the 8th over. CSA emerging 11, 38 for the loss of none.
The reason I was bringing it up that they're not making full use of the batting power play is because you have to wonder if the whole purpose of those first 10 overs is to try and accelerate scoring rate, and then you end it going at 4 or 4.5 after 10. What then becomes the plan for that middle over phase of the innings? Yes, you still have wickets in hand, but you don't really have that cushion you would have liked to give yourselves of maybe 70 or 80 runs in the first 10 overs.
Yeah, I think, again, conditions generally tend to sort of lead the way in which the opening 10 overs go in a game. And we just see Lagadine working that one off his legs again for another single. And again, not really the quickest wicket here at Buffalo Park, but vitally important that these guys are still going at 4.7 without many risks taken. And at the end of the day, 50 over cricket, what these guys are now playing is about building partnerships and having that platform at the back end, those last 10 overs to really accelerate and drop the hammer there and put on a big score.
Well played again. They managed to scamper through for a single. Christian du Toit feels that one, standing at mid on. Christian du Toit and Vian Ruthven from Waterkloof, Pretoria. Have you guys come up against schools from Pretoria?
Yeah, certainly in the schoolboy circuit, in these tournaments and competitions that are made available to schoolboy cricket these days, we do come across many of these lads, and those two are certainly
A chance for a run out.
it's that man du Toit who has the shah. But yeah, fantastic to see them having taken that next step from schoolboy cricket into the professional space, starting their careers out here with the Eastern Cape Innyatis. And I'm sure they are very grateful for the Eastern Cape Innyatis for providing them with that opportunity. But as we just have a look here, Lagadine wanted to free his hands there, and a great stop by Lihle Sazani. Just looks like both these batters have taken a ploy to maybe take a different guard here, as both of them taking an off stump, sort of two off guard, and looking to work the ball through the leg side. They've realized that the swing has gone away, and as we see, there's no slips anymore for Van Zyl, who started off with two, but rather Captain Roo has put himself in the covers. Solid by Van Skalkwyk there.
41 runs for no wicket. Last 9 overs gone. We are into the last over of the batting power play. And the par score here at Buffalo Park is 255. They are on course to get to 250. And with 10 wickets in hand, you expect him to get themselves way over that point.
Yeah, with a start like this, that is certainly something which they would be chatting about, as both coaching staff members, or two of them should I say, Paul Adams and Mr. Maketa, are both very familiar with Buffalo Park, Mr. Maketa being a local from the region, border region. Paul Adams having coached the Eastern Cape Inyati a few seasons ago, as Claessens continues here for the Eastern Cape Inyati. So, not an unfamiliar ground for the coaching staff. They will know the angles, they know how the wicket plays, and certainly in their prep that they would have done for this opening encounter against the Eastern Cape Inyatis, they'll have a good idea of what they would want to post.
It's interesting that you mentioned Paul Adams and Malibongwe Maketa. Oh, they almost managed to get through. Jags back in, and we probably saw that a bit too late, did Adnan Lagadine. Paul Adams and Malibongwe Maketa. As you mentioned, Paul Adams coached the Eastern Cape Inyati for the first 2 seasons in this professional domestic setup. But it's interesting to note that there are no players from the border region in this CSA emerging team. Of course, we saw Tobile Shatuka, who was part of the team last season. And the CSA emerging team had a game against the Eastern Cape Inyati abandoned without a ball being played last season, so they never actually got the chance to play against each other. And it's also sort of a redemption season now for the CSA emerging team, because last season they played 6 games if you discount the one against the Eastern Cape Inyati, and they won only once. and lost 5 matches. Whereas the Eastern Cape Inyati, as we mentioned before, were co-champions with the KZN Inland Tuskers.
Yeah, I think a big up to CSA for creating this opportunity for players that may not be regular starters in some of these franchises around, which you've touched on earlier, Blessings, that a lot of these guys have played in the SA under 19 side before. So we see a shot of anger there, maybe a little bit of frustration. Agadine putting everything into that one. Quick single through to Intini. But fantastic opportunity for these young guys to showcase what they're made of. Often, from an SA under 19 setup, I think some of these guys, don't go quite straight into the starting 11. And this is a wonderful way of bridging that gap in franchise cricket for a lot of these players. And we've seen it's a lovely shot for no run, but we've seen how skill set and how good these young players are, and that comes to the end of the power play. CSA emerging 11, 42 for the loss of none. Van Skalkwyk on 20 and Langadine on 18.
Pretty good figures for the Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers. 5 for 19 is Chad Clausen, and 5 for 22 is Nico van Sale. As Murray takes a break and Os rejoins me here in the commentary. And the Eastern Cape Inyati make a bowling change. The first bowling change, Tanduntini coming from the Buffalo Park Drive end, replacing Nico van Sale. They need something, Eastern Cape Inyati, and they are calling upon Tanduntini. Os?
Beautifully set up here by the batters. I think when you break up the game in stages, if they're breaking up the game in stages of 10 overs, you look to dominate those 10 overs and you want to know if you've won that session or not. I would say at 42 after 10 for no loss, where it was tricky up front, I think the CSA emerging side has won that first 10 overs. But now the most important thing is that they cash in. You don't want to have a good start and go through the tough times and then throw it away. So now is the time where they're going to be challenged, field spread out. Those opportunities for one there now. You take those, you hit the boundary sweepers, rotate the strike, and keep batting. I think the game is set up well, but the Inyati side would wanna bounce back here with a couple of quick wickets.
Tanduntini striding in. That one just bounces short of Jason Neiman standing at short cover. It was almost a miraculous start from Tanduntini. That ball not coming onto the bat as quickly as he was hoping for was Adnan Lagadine.
I think the most important thing to look at there is his contact area. Ball comes in slightly back of a length outside of stump. He wants to go hard at it. Hard hands, contact point is in front of his body, and that's why that went slightly up.
Manages to get off strike now. That ball whizzes past Gaudissa Molefe, standing at point.
I think ideally as a batsman, you want to move late and you want to play late. Playing late means that the ball's under your eyes and you're in full control. When you go searching for the ball in front of you, there's a lot of things that can happen. You chip one straight to cover because you're playing in front of you, or you go hard hands and you nick off. So you want to move late and play late.
Goes down on one knee, cuts that ball straight to the man, Lihle Sizani, at point, a deep point. Standing somewhere between deep point and sweeper on the offside. It's a tough situation to be in for the Eastern Cape Inyati now. Tanduntini not being offered much by his captain here. Doesn't have any slips. The ball's not moving as much as he would like. but he almost started with a miracle ball. Once again, the ball is played all the way to the man. Nisha Sizan is standing at point, deep point. And you expect the singles to come trickling in now as the field spreads out.
Yeah, you'd expect the batting side to keep scoring at fours with ease because there's people out in the boundary. But I think for the bowling side, for the Inyati side, is to how to get control. You know, you don't want them, you don't want the game to go away from you. So how do we build pressure, building dot balls, and getting wickets?
Yeah, of course the power play has ended, so they have 4 fielders out now. But it's interesting to note that all those fielders are pretty much in line or behind the batsman, so you're not expecting them to be pitching the ball up. It's an interesting tactic. Once again, that's well played, and there's a chance for 2 runs. Nisha Sizani manages to cut that one down to just a single. 4 runs coming off the first Tandantini over. The score is 46 after 11 overs.
I think, Blessing, with the game, the way it's set up now, it's important for the batters to know what the bowling side is trying to do. So the field placings, they tell you how they're going to attack you. So then you come up with a game plan of how you're going to score runs and not fall into the trap where they're trying to set you up. You know, be aware, be mentally prepared, stay ahead of the game and plan accordingly. And building a partnership helps with that. As we see a bowling changer now going to spin. Again, the game changes. Yeah, spin can always change a game.
Yeah, it's interesting that Gaudise Molefe is being brought into the attack ahead of Alindile Mhletyo, but it does speak to the situation of the game, as you said. He will be looking to spin the ball or turn the ball away from the 2 right-handers. As we see Vian Ruthven and Christian Dutoy switching positions. Ruthven being brought into 45. Christian Dutoy, a deep backward square. Chad Clausen, a sweeper on the offside. And Alindile Mhletyo is standing at long off. Well played first up. Chance for 2 runs. But Alindile Mhletyo quickly covers the ground and he keeps it down to 1. Seems to be Jason Van Sale on the cow boundary. Jason Niemand on the cow boundary. Oh, Gaudise Molefe. Having the keeper up, the ball being slower, turning away from you. A slip back into place changes the game.
There's stages of the game where you can't expect or wait for things to happen. You've got to make them happen. So having a slip in there, you're looking to get a wicket. You know, you got to make changes that are going to aid you into getting a wicket.
Gaudise Molefe. No chance for a run there. Quick thinking from the Eastern Cape Inyati keeper. Ncedisi Malika. Molefe, of course, was brought in from the Limpopo Impalas. The Eastern Cape Inyati trying to sort of ease the pain of losing a player of the experience and the caliber of Jay de Klerk. Of course, Jay de Klerk was what in baseball they call a two-way player. It was important both with the batting and the bowling. I guess you could call him a three-way player because he was their best fielder as well. And Khaudisa Molefe certainly, as he strays down the leg side there, goes down on one knee, tries to sweep it, but finds Vian Rutfen at 45, and that's how we end the over. Molefe's first over goes for just a single. The Eastern Cape Inyati badly needed that. Score is 47 after 12 overs.
Just a different school of thought here. I think in that first 10 overs, the plan was to go outside the off stump, try and nick the batters off. But I think if they'd gone and changed the plan and bowled more and tried to hit the stumps, you know, when you're trying to hit the stumps, you're making the batsman play a little bit more, and you probably force them into a mistake. When it's outside off stump, it's easier for the batters when there's movement to leave you alone, and then the odd one that comes at the stumps, they keep it out. But if you're at the stumps 90% of the time, chances are you're gonna create a mistake. And I'd hope that with Gaudi bowling from the other end, he's gonna be more at the stumps, making the batsman play every ball, creating pressure.
Creating pressure, stock standard for a player like Tandontini. Let's see how he goes here. Well driven by Jorik van Schalkwyk, and they go for 2 runs this time. They managed to pull it off. Good running from CSA emerging team. The openers going well. The partnership is 49. And not one batsman has been dominant in this partnership. 25 and 20 with just a few extras.
Both the batters look very comfortable in the front foot. You know, anything pitched up, they free their hands through the offside and they're targeting that extra cover region. They're very comfortable in the front foot. And I think because the bowlers are looking to extract a bit of swing, but I think pulling the length back, you know, batsman still thinks it's there to drive, but you pulled your length back slightly, maybe getting him to nick off or chip one straight to point. But I think, yeah, anything that's full, the batsmen are going to look to throw their hands because they are looking to score. So the pressure is slightly on the bowling side because the batters are accumulating some runs.
And Buffalo Park is a bit of a tricky one because as much as you don't expect the ball to have much bounce or the pitch to have much bounce, you also can't expect the ball to come on quickly onto the bat. So if you pitch it just short of a length or back of the length, it's gonna look like a half volley, but it's not gonna come on as nice as it does if it was a half volley. So you have to be wary of a player like Jason Neiman that's standing at cover right now. Just like that.
I think the expectation from both sides is that the wicket would be slightly on the slower side. As we've had rain for the last 3 days, wicket's been undercover. So, you know, it's one of those tosses where you don't mind losing because out there it looks like a belter for wicket, but then up until first ball is bowled, you don't know how it's going to play. So that's why these two youngsters here have done a great job sticking it out there. Now it's time to focus, rotate strike, keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Good running. Christian Toy on the cover. Was it Matt Fareed?
Yeah, it is.
12th man there, Matt Fareed. Just have to check who he is in for. Last couple of singles helped bring up the 50 partnership between these two young men. It's a great start to the CSA One Day Cup for the CSA emerging team. That's how Tandantini ends the over. 52 runs. 52 runs after 13 overs. No wicket lost. Matvery makes way for Vian Ruthven, who was briefly off the field. Hopefully it's not something too serious.
A lot of voices out there on the field. You know, the fielders are backing the bowlers. There's a lot of chatter out there, so the guys aren't down and out just yet. You know, cricket, you get one, it's got a friend called two, and then that friend called two has his best mate called three. It all happens pretty quickly in cricket, so you never give up.
Yeah, and there's certainly a sense of expectation for the Eastern Cape Inyati whenever Gaudisa Molefe is bowling. It speaks to how good has been in the half a season has been here. And coming from the 4-day game that just finished, these guys will be pretty used to bowling to two batsmen for a long time. So I doubt they'll be panicking at this stage. But I am observing Vian Ruthven. He's been working his arm for a while now, and you wonder if it's a serious injury or just maybe a sprain. I don't remember him falling awkwardly at any stage. Oh, Gaudi Molefe. Unfortunately, couldn't find the outside edge of the bat of Jorik van Schalkwyk. But he is asking questions.
It's an interesting field here for Gaudi, with a short catch and cover, a long off, and then the guy mid-on just on the edge of the ring, inviting him to go across the line against the turn. That's quite interesting.
Oh, first bit of innovation that we're seeing today from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Unfortunately, it doesn't come off, and that's how we end the over. The score is 54 after 14. Molefe's first two overs have gone for 3. I think Van Schalkwyk is keeping what you were saying in mind, Os. As we see there on the replay, the shot was on with the field the way that it was. And that speaks to your point where Gaudi was trying as you see Tandantini here. Ah, that's a great shot. First maximum of the day off the bat of Adnan Lagadeen. Stand and deliver. Tandantini is dispatched for a 6 straight over his head.
Picking up length, Tando going too full there, and Adnan just freeing his hands, going over the top, straight over mid-off for a 6. See there, even his front foot didn't go to the ball, he just freed his arms, hit straight, and hit it over the top.
And immediately Tandantini adjusts the length, knows not to go back there again. And they've been waiting for a ball like that. You certainly hope. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. Brilliant shot.
See, the game plan here for the batters is if you bowl well and you stick to your lengths, I'll respect you. If you come anywhere close to my hitting area, I'm going to dispatch you.
And he tries to go for it again, but this time the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Root takes a brilliant catch, running from mid-off, covers 20 meters to his left, And that's the breakthrough. Tanduntini gets the wicket of Jorik van Skalvik. Or Adnan Lagadin, I should say. He goes for 28 of 41 deliveries, 2 fours, and that's 6. He hit him just a couple of deliveries ago.
If you look at the dismissal there, the ball was similar to the one that he had hit for 6, but the length was different. And pulling your length back is quite important, as you saw there. He tried to go over the top again, catches the outside half of the bat, and he was caught. A brilliant catch by Nathan Rue, the captain. But the difference is there, the batter was trying to go more leg side on that one, where he should have just carried on going over the bowler's head. One mistake cost him his wicket. Brilliant catch from Nathan. The breakthrough that's needed has happened. You know, as a bowler, you're only as good as what the fielders do. You know, if the fielders are there to back you up, you are in the game. You know, if you're bowling good lines, good areas, and you're not being supported by the fielding, it doesn't quite help. But there, Nathan Rue played an awesome part there. As we see there, there's a team chat about plans and where to go and how to keep tight. And I think also what led to that wicket was the lack of boundaries. I think the last 3 or 4 overs, there's been no boundaries. There's been dot balls. Gaudi's been at the stumps. Reverse sweep came, searching for runs. And then that relief for a 6 was hit. And then you think this is the over where we're going to get big runs. And one mistake leads to the downfall of a wicket. Kudos to the bowling attack, field placings, creating pressure, gets you a wicket. And now Newman is on strike. And you'd hope that the pressure carries on.
Brilliance in the field changes the game for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Nathan Rue leading by example. Tanduntini sets up to bowl to the new batsman. And as you said, he was taking risks. Took a risk. Tanduntini bowling that delivery, slightly pulled back his length. He was able to get a different result, a much more profitable result, and that sees Steve Stoke come in. Steve Stoke, of course, was part of that SA and the 19 team in 2024 that lost in the semi-finals, where Kwenama Parker starred, and he was a star himself, Steve Stoke, in the tournament. And they'll look to star for this CSA emerging team here today. Oh, the umpire does extremely good work there to stop Tanduntini, who was steaming in. The batsman not quite ready. Or perhaps the keeper of the Eastern Cape Inyati didn't get his bearings right just before that delivery was bowled. Alright then, here we go again. Tanduntini to Steve Stoke. Gets off the mark slightly awkwardly. Plays that ball to Lihle Sizani on the super boundary on the offside. In the over on 61 for the loss of 1 wicket. Good change for the Eastern Cape Inyati. 15 overs gone. And we're going to have a change in the commentary box as well. Boss leaves and Murray joins me as Gaudi Molefe. We're talking about him, that he created the pressure that led to the wicket, having gone for 3 runs off his first 2 overs. And prior to that over, Tanontini had also gone for just 8 runs in his first 2 overs. So it was 4 overs for 11 runs, and it led to the wicket. So the pressure was building, it mounted, and it finally told.
Oh, we see a little bit of turn and bounce there for Molefe. And so often, we talk in the change rooms about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships is certainly an area which maybe is not spoken about so much. But we see a wonderful partnership between these two Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers, as Molefe just slides that one down the leg side. But so often we see Tanontini come in and pick up a wicket for the Inyatis. He'll know this ground well, as being brought up many afternoons around the field in the nets with the legend Makaya, his dad. But it's this man Molefe now who continues for the Inyatis, continues to dot them up. What's nice to see here, and we've spoken about it, is at Buffalo Park here, you don't want to leave the stumps. You always want to ensure that you're looking to hit the wickets as a bowler. Molefe's doing exactly that job here.
Oh, that's a close
It's a big
one.
shout.
The umpire adjudges that to have the impact outside of stump. It's outside the line, and Molefe has his hands on his head. He can't believe that decision was made, and it will be interesting. It will be interesting to have a second look at that. But he's certainly asking questions, and there he is. That's what they've come to know him for at Buffalo Park. Not just agile when he's a regular fielder, but also a great fielder of his own bowling. And you can see the one that is trying to bowl now. He's got the one that has that turn and the bounce away from the batsman, and he also has the one that just slides on. And he's just missing his line there. But you can clearly see what he's trying to do. Steve Stoke finishes the over with a single. And he's throwing his head back, and you're wondering if he wanted to stay off strike at the start of the next over.
Yeah, that was a good over again by Molefe. He'll be a bit upset with himself with the 2 wides down the leg side, but nonetheless, he's been absolutely a gun here for the Eastern Cape Inyatis. Really just pulling it back nicely as we just have a little discussion. Seems like they were deciding on a drinks break or not. They've decided they will do exactly that, as we will have a little break in commentary here for a bit while the players take a well-deserved drink, as the CSA emerging 11 64 for the loss of 1. That wicket of Langadine for 28, and we'll catch you back shortly. And we're back from that quick drinks break. Tandontini to continue from the Buffalo Park drive end. It's that man, Steve Stoke, who gets off the mark straight away with a quick single into the mid-wicket space. He really has looked busy since he's come to the crease, as Stoke.
Yeah, it's important for the CSA emerging team, the two batters here now, to rebuild. But to rebuild without the scoreboard stalling and keep the runs ticking over. So the onus is now on Jorik van Schalkwyk to try and make sure that the pressure is not on Steve Stoke to score quickly, just as he has come in. He needs to try and find the odd boundary every over or so, or just keep the scoreboard ticking. As we said before, nothing has changed. The ones are extremely important. It's a good line from Tandontini. For once, playing with soft hands there, running the ball down to third man.
Yeah, just during that little drinks break, off your cameras, there was a little discussion between bowling coach Rowie Richards, Tandontini, just having a chat about their lengths that they want to bowl. And certainly, I think, bowling the ball into the wicket is something that they would have spoken about, as Intini continues to do exactly that. Again, looks like a ploy similar to what Molefe has taken on, is looking to hit the wickets. You don't want to move away from those three stumps. You always want to bring as many modes of dismissals as you can into each delivery, and Intini is certainly doing so.
Yeah, you're right there, Murray. He did try the slower one. Perhaps wasn't as full as he would have liked it to be. Also, probably would have been better served trying it on Jorik van Schalkwyk. Would have been a bit more confident to take the shot on than Steve Stoke, who just came in. You can see exactly what Stoke is trying to do. As you see the over come to an end. 66 after 17 for the loss of one wicket. It's trying to play with soft hands, trying to run the ball down to third man, playing it under his eyes, and that's what you expect from a batsman that just came in.
Yeah, I certainly think there's been some sort of conversation in the change room. Obviously, messages have gone back, maybe through the likes of Langadine, who spent some time out there in sharing that it's not really the quickest wicket around, and maybe the ones and twos is what they need to look to build on. So we have Molefe, who will continue. So the run rate sort of going at fours here. Molefe to van Schalkwyk. He's back on the money, exactly where he was in the previous over. Field spread here for Molefe. Plenty of singles on offer. But again, attacking those stumps. Bringing Nathan Rue into play there. Captain at slip. Knowing how important it is for the Eastern Cape Inyatis to get another wicket here. Another breakthrough is what they'll want. So see a bit of innovation. Reverse sweep by van Schalkwyk. Not the first time he's tried that today. Unsuccessful again. Straight to that man Intini at backward point. So we hear the players encouraging Molefe as he keeps dotting them up. He's gone for the more conventional sweep this time, finding the space. Another 2 runs to Van Skalkwyk's name. Another beautiful day for cricket here in East London, Iinyathi, Kugompo, KG City, whatever you want to call it these days. Oh, that's good cricket by Van Skalkwyk. Just rocking back onto the back foot, waiting for the ball to come to him. Nice, good close contact points. Knocking it into the leg side for 1. Keeping the scoreboard ticking. That brings the end of Molefe's 4th over. Just going for 9 runs in his 4 overs, so he'll be happy with that. That brings the end of the 18th over. CSA emerging at 69 for the loss of 1.
We spoke about it and we said the CSA emerging team would try to have a rebuilding phase after the wicket of Adnan Lagadin. And it seems like it's stalling the run rate a bit. They went from 4.7 to 3.8. It's working for the Eastern Cape Inyati, but CSA emerging will look to try and rectify that. The worst position to be in cricket is when you score in a 50 over game, you score 250, but you still have 7 wickets in hand. And at the moment, it looks like that's exactly where they're headed. Something needs to change.
Yeah, the 2 change bowlers for the Inyati have done really well here. Looking to hit the wickets again. And Tini's shown us that he's got a good skill set. Mixing up his pace, mixing up his length. Every now and then he's sort of, erred on the fuller length, and that's been easy for the batters to get away. But you spot on in terms of something's going to have to change here for the CSA emerging side. They'll be happy with the start they've had, but as you've touched on, it's no good being 250 for the loss of 3 after 50 overs. When you've got those batters in the hut, you want them to get out there and express themselves. And there are a few big hitters who can certainly clear any boundary.
That's well played from Steve Stoke. Certainly brings something different to the crease from the 2 opening batters. Plays like a more conventional number 3 in this format of the game. But you know that a player like Jorik van Skalkwyk is naturally an aggressive batsman and is capable of scoring big scores, of getting big scores. So you expect him to be where he is at this stage, but someone else needs to take the initiative and get that run rate to go up a bit more, as Tandon employs the first proper bouncer of the game. And I think it's safe to say that Jorik van Skalkwyk was surprised by that one. In fact, the umpire is calling in the physio or the doctor of the CSA emerging side to come and have a look. That was a very good bouncer from Tandon.
Yeah, first one we've seen upstairs this morning. Just standard procedure here. Any blow to the head. So we see team doctor come out, ask him a couple of questions, make sure he knows where he is.
Ask him what he had for coffee this morning.
How many sugars? But yeah, nice change up by Ntini. He does have the surprise bouncer, and it's certainly a little bit quicker than what you might expect from the young man.
It's well directed.
I think that's the key with the bouncer is you got to get it at the batter's head. You can't allow him to free his hands when it's short like that. So fantastic. Again, we've touched on the skill set of Ntini. He's shown us his slower balls. He's shown he can adjust. Shows us that he can also put them upstairs.
The CSA emerging team will probably want to get to 20 overs, having lost just one wicket, and then halfway through the innings, if they can get themselves to 120, I believe they'd be very, very happy. And Steve Stokes takes on the arm of the fielder at third man, and he manages to win the race. Nico van Zyl, not known for his fielding, but he would have expected better of himself there.
Yeah, the ground fielding has been good by the Eastern Cape Innyatis today. Guys out on the boundaries, been covering some good yards. So we see Ntini closing out the over for the Eastern Cape Innyatis. So CSA emerging at 74 for the loss of 1 after 19. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here with their bowling changes. As we saw the first 2 opening bowlers go 5 overs and then a change. Does look like we have one of the local lads, Lihle Sazani, old Queenian from Kumani, product of the Fort Hare Cricket Academy, warming up out at Cow Corner. We might see him. But it's this man, Molefi. He's been world class so far for the Eastern Cape Innyatis. These CSA emerging batters have found it difficult to get him away here this morning.
Gaudisa Molefe, of course, is a former SA under-19 product, as are most of the Eastern Cape Inyati batters, such as the one that's fielding the ball now, Chad Claassen. Jason Niemand as well. Tandontini. So there's quality all around in both teams. He's been searching for the outside edge, I should say, Gaudisa Molefe. And the batsmen keep giving him hope. He's only gone for 10 runs in 27 deliveries and
Yo!
It was a tough one for Tandontini. He drops it, but his team quickly acknowledges the effort. It would have been a blinder of a catch.
Oh, that would have been a specky. So we have a look at that. Flying Tandontini throws the one hand up. Tell you what, we'd see that on his WhatsApp story later if he had taken that one.
A very confident man is Tandontini. Chance for 2 runs here, well played by Steve Stokes. And they are able to pull it off. Good running from Jorik van Schalkwyk. He was running to the danger end and he takes on the arm of Lishe Sizani. It was interesting to note the body language of Steve Stoke after Tanwantini had almost taken that catch. It'll be even more interesting to see if it tries that shot again. Oh my God! He is done for by a beauty from Gaudi Molefe. Drags the line back slightly and he loses his shape. The ball goes past him, gets off his crease. And Mnedisi Malika does the quick work with the gloves. Second wicket for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Well deserved for Gaudi Molefe. At the end of 20 overs, the score is 77 for the loss of 2 wickets. David Teager, the captain, joins Jorik van Schalkwyk. He joins Jorik van Schalkwyk. And joining Murray now will be us.
Very well-deserved wicket there, not only for the Eastern Cape Inyatis, but for that man, Molefe. That is what you talk about, a textbook left-arm spinner's wicket. Awesome. Just a little bit of drift in, turn away, and it's up to that man behind the stumps with the gloves, Malika, who does the rest. It's not the man that Inyati wanted. Schalkwyk still there on 34, but it brings to the crease the captain, David Teager. And it also brings a change in bowling from the Buffalo Park drive end. We spoke about him a little bit earlier. Lishe Sizani, product of the Fort Hare University Academy. It's lovely to see him come through the ranks, Os. You've worked with him, you've coached him, you've seen him through his journey as a cricketer so far, and it's just fantastic to see him showcasing his skills on a stage like this.
Yes, Maz. Lishe, very humble young man, very respectful, respects the game, and is one that works very hard at his cricket.
Starts with one down the leg side. Interesting ploy here, looking to come around the wicket straight up. Looks to close the batters up by bowling it into that leg stump line. And Schalkwyk just getting a little bat on that one for one. As we see the new man, Teager. Highly spoken about young man is Teager in the cricketing circles. He's led the South African under-19 side before. I think spin is going to be key here today. Sane just starting that one a little bit too straight, making it a little bit easier for the batters just to work it off their legs. It's got 3 men out on the leg side. A deep square behind, got a long on and a cow corner deep mid wicket. Change here. See Nimont just going across. Sweep shot out to Van Sale for one. Tiga knocks that one into the leg side. Yeah, also I'd like to see maybe one of those guys come up on the leg side as we see the end of Cezani's first over. But just to build a bit of pressure. Game's a little bit in the balance here. CSA emerging. They've got a nice platform here at 81 for the loss of 2 after 21. But just want to create a little bit of pressure for that the batting side. Maybe bring one of those players up on the leg side, which then means that they've got to now hit a gap somewhere else.
I think the thinking from the captain is don't change it if it works. If you look at the run right now has gone under 4 and over, where for a long time of the game they were over 4. So the Inyati side have brought it back quite nicely. The interesting part of the spinners is where they go without a mid-wicket. Now that becomes an invitation to the batting side to take 2 runs. But if you've got someone that you're backing out of cow corner, could also be a wicket-taking delivery that. Alindile Mhletywa with the golden arm. Change in bowling. Gaudi Molefe takes a break. Alindile comes in. First ball, golden arm, caught and bowled. Back off a length. Batsman pushing in front of him. Thank you, please. Well done, Alindile. Caught and bowled.
The double change for the Inyati brings a wicket. It's the captain, Tiga. Short stay for him. Just 2 runs or 5 balls. But again, just showing Eastern Cape Inyati players knowing home conditions, back of a length into the wicket. And a lot of these CSA emerging players coming from the high fault regions where the ball comes on a little bit more, where they can throw their hands and push their hands through the shots. Down at the coast, you've just got to wait that little bit longer. Bring those contact points nice and close to you.
It is also very important here, Murray, that as a batting side, you don't lose wickets in clusters. They were 50 for no loss, now sitting at 81 for 3. With a little bit of pressure, lack of boundaries, the batters have to create a scoring opportunity. They've got to find ways of finding the boundary, and they're being very restricted in terms of getting boundaries. So kudos to the Inyati side, the bowlers, the captaincy, field placings, applying a lot of pressure, and those pressure have led into 3 wickets. And I did mention earlier on about wickets and friendships. Wicket 1, wicket 2, and their best mate, wicket 3. And wicket 3 has now arrived, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, and the loss of that 3rd wicket brings another young and exciting player, Paul James, to the crease. And he's called straight into action.
Alindile Mhletywa, a very interesting bowler. He's not expressed pace, but got good skills. He's one of those bowlers that's going to go wicket to wicket, back off a length, forcing you to play every ball. He's probably not going to look at going upstairs, but he's going to keep you coming forward, trying to hit top of off stump. Disciplines.
James pushes that one into the cover to get himself off the mark. Yeah, certainly. Is a cricketer who works extremely hard off the field. Puts in a lot of hard work when no one's watching. been privy to see him working in the nets last year, trying to get into this Inyati team. He had a chance. Van Skalkwyk just works that one off the legs into the deep mid-wicket pocket for 2. There was an opportunity for Andile to cement his spot in the team last year in the T20 competition, where he did exceptionally well for the Eastern Cape Innyatis, and has forced the selectors and the coaching staff to make sure that his name is on the team sheet for every game. As you've said, not express pace, but a highly skilled bowler. Skalkwyk hitting that one out to the deep cover pocket for 1. Skalkwyk looking comfortable out there at the moment now. He's been out there since the start, and he'll be one that the CSA emerging 11 will want to bat through. Make sure that he's at the end.
At this point in time here, Murray, the CSA emerging side seem to be struggling to adapt to the pace of the wicket, to the seam bowlers bowling back off a length. They wanting to chase the ball down. They're trying to hit the leather of the ball rather than just trying to stroke it and finding gaps and rotating strike and running hard. East London, when you try and search for the ball and trying to go boundaries, you're going to get yourself into trouble. So a little bit of strike rotation, keep the scoreboard ticking over, building a partnership, keep making sure that the fielders are being kept busy, and setting up a platform for yourself.
Yeah, also I think that's the wonderful thing of playing cricket at the Highveld and at the coast. It's almost two different game plans, and certainly here at Buffalo Park, it tends to be slow and low, and the CSA emerging batters I don't think have adapted quite enough, as you've touched on, in terms of just waiting and having those contact points nice and close to the body. Cezani continues from the Buffalo Park drive end. Van Skalkwyk just turning that one into the leg side for 1. This man, James, he does come from the coast. He's a Cape Town boy. So he will certainly have a better understanding of maybe the coastal conditions. He's lucky enough to have coached against him and watched him as a schoolboy. Highly talented. See Cezani just pushing that one straighter. Goes on straight with the arm. Busy batsman is James. Spoke about it earlier in Cezani's first over. We asked maybe to bring a mid-wicket in to just stop that easy one. But as we've touched on those contact points there, James, lovely, just waiting for the ball to come, turn, playing it square of the wicket for an easy one, taking that mid-wicket fielder out of the play. Cezani to Van Skalkwyk. Van Skalkwyk on the back foot. Nice soft hands dropping into the pocket, but good fielding there by Claessens. We did touch on there was a nice cool breeze early on this morning, but that has picked up. And if these batters are going to want to clear the boundary into the leg side, it's they're hitting into the wind, which is something which Cezani's picked up. That's why it's coming around the wicket to these two right-handers firing it in. That comes brings the end of Cezani's over and the end of the 23rd over. CSA emerging 88 for the loss of 3.
The way the game is poised now, Maz, you just feel that something is going to happen. You know, it's either the batting side is going to try and break loose, or the bowling side is going to pick up another 2 or 3 sticks. The game right now is poised for a situation where something needs to happen. You know, the fielding side is happy with how things are going, and I'm pretty sure the CSA emerging side, they want to step it up. They want to shift gears and change gear up.
It's a fantastic shot by Van Skalkwyk, the in batter. We've seen all day here so far, when the ball's too far and pitched up to the bat, it's easy for the batters to just throw their hands through the line. Van Skalkwyk does exactly that, bringing up another boundary to him, taking the score to 92.
Yeah, he's done well to wait for that. Throws his hands outside off stump, beats the man at cover, and beats the man at sweeper for a well-played boundary. Good hands, good flow of the hands.
Yeah, I think a nice thing, both of us are in the schoolboy coaching spaces, but how nice and still Van Skalkwyk was there on point of contact. Yet again, bit of a misfield by Van Sail. Skalkwyk pushes through for one, takes him to 46. But that's really been a highlight of his innings, and both of us as coaches speak a lot to batters about being nice and still on the point of contact, head position, and Van Skalkwyk is showing us exactly that. Spoke earlier how busy James is as a batter. We see there exactly that. Not allowing the Inyati bowlers to settle. Bit of a deflection off the stumps there in the run-out attempt, and James comes back for two.
Yeah, Miles, when you touch on Van Skalkwyk, I think technically there hasn't been too many things that are out of place. He looks like a well put together batsman, understands his strengths and weaknesses. He plays well within himself, and he obviously looks to pounce on anything that's pitched up to him. He frees his hands through the cover, so he's a very well put together batsman.
That one being pushed down the leg side for a wide. Andile. So important as a bowler not to get rattled when you know the ones and twos do come. You've just got to stick to your processes, stick to your line and length. There's a lot of healthy bowling options in this Inyati setup. A couple of guys, a couple of batters, a couple of bowlers. We've got Copeland, who's left out today. Matt Fourie left out as a bowler. But both of those players certainly good enough to be in the starting lineup of any franchise team. But it's good to have healthy competition. And we've spoken about how hard these guys have got to work to make sure that they get into the playing 11. James finding the gaps at easier at the moment. Highly talented player is Paul James. But as you've touched on, Os, the game just feels like it's in a balance here. Something's going to give at some point. We might see Van Skalkwyk maybe go from second to third. Maybe he might shift to fourth gear once he gets to 50, but he's certainly the glue of this CSA emerging batting lineup at the moment. See faces Ile as we see that wonderful free-flowing blade of his, hitting it out into the pockets for another single. That brings the end. We are halfway through CSA emerging innings. Scored 98 for the loss of 3 wickets.
I think as the batting unit, the CSA emerging side might have noted that Alindile is probably the one guy that they're going to try and go for and try and attack. As we look at the scoreboard there, Lihle Sizani 2 overs for 7 runs. and Mhlekwa 2 overs, 1 for 14. I think that partnership there is going to be critical in terms of where this game is gonna be set up. Sizani and Mhlekwa have got to bowl well together.
Certainly, as Sizani maybe just starting a little bit too leg side. It's that man Van Skalkwyk again just adds another 1 to his score. But certainly this partnership of bowling between the two Inyati bowlers is key here, as there are plenty of overs left in the tank for the rest of the bowlers who we've seen here today. Sizani to James. James misses out there. See just a little bit of frustration shown. Margin for error when you're coming around the wicket also is so small. That's a better line by Sizani, but equally well played by James, which brings up the 100. 101 to be exact for the CSA emerging side. Sizani to Skalkwyk, knocks it into that pocket again. That's where I'd like to see that mid-wicket fielder in there for Sizani. No, we're in the middle phase. We want to protect the boundaries as we see Niemand comes across for the new batter, James. But Van Skalkwyk knows that he's got to be there at the end. So that's created a bit of pressure on him there. James new to the crease, just on 6. Sizani, I want to close this over out well here. Does exactly that with a shot. That one going over the top. Good end to the over there by Sizani. CSA emerging side, 102 for the loss of 3 as we have a look. Sizani there. Good call by the umpire. Just remind everyone at home that we are not privy to Hawkeye or anything like that. It's up to those 2 men in red out there to make those calls, and they've been nothing but world class so far here today.
Very important here for Alindile to follow up that good over by Lihle, just to build a little bit of pressure on the batters. I think, yeah, Maz, with the field set of a mid-off and a mid-on, as a batsman, you get the indication straight away that the bowlers don't want to look to pitch anything up to you. So therefore, anything that's slightly back off a length, you look to work on the leg side for one. But if it does air on the fuller side, you free your hands and you go over the top.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. A little bit of sort of mind games played, as you've touched on there. The minute it's full, you can throw your hands. But the Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers have been really good today in bowling the ball into the wicket, back of a length, not allowing the CSA emerging batters to throw their hands at too many. It's fantastic bowling here by Andile. 3 dots. Just show Van Skalkwyk there, indicating to James that just rolling his fingers over that one.
Good disciplines being showed here by Mhlechwa. I think linking up the dot balls is very important. Like we said about 3-4 overs ago, still feels like the game is poised where something's going to happen. You know, batsman's going to run down the wicket and try and go over the top or something like that, because something needs to move here. Something needs to move. The pressure is just getting a little bit too much here, because the bowling is getting disciplined, bowling tighter areas, stringing the dots along. Batters need to start scoring and scoring big.
That one just straying onto the leg side, easy for Van Skalkwyk, down to fine leg, and that brings up Van Skalkwyk's 50. 75 balls faced, 4 fours in that 50, and he is certainly the glue that is keeping this CSA emerging team together at the moment. He's done the hard work to get the first 50. He'll want to be there at the end. James takes another one to his name. Good over for the Eastern Cape Inyati there, just the 2 singles off it. 104 for the loss of 3 for the CSA emerging 11.
As we look at the partnership between Sizani and Mhlechwa, 6 overs, 1 for 27. They need to tighten that up a little bit. But also, I suppose it's good going on the batter side. You know, they're starting to string along a partnership, starting to put the batters under the bowlers under pressure as well.
Sane to James. That one down the leg side. Goes for a wide. Batters jog through for 2 there. Yeah, just this partnership between the 2 Inyati bowlers, maybe just slipping away a little bit from them, but credit must go to the batters in that space. Holding a nice partnership currently on 26 between Van Skalkwyk and James. Paul James brings out the reverse sweep. Out to deep backward point for 1. James looks very comfortable out there. Opportunity for a wicket there. Van Skalkwyk looking to just step across and work that one into the leg side. A little bit of a leading edge.
I think that's a better line from Sizani there. Not attacking that leg stump, but slightly, a little bit away from the batsman, slightly on off stump, forcing the batsman to then fetch the ball from outside off stump to try and work it in the leg side. I think that's a much better line.
Yeah, I think coming around the wicket, I think Sizani's just been a touch on the straighter side. He does have protection out on the offside boundary, so if it does go on with the arm, he does have protection out there, but certainly he's looked like taking a wicket when he does get that ball outside off stump, turning it back into the right-handers. So we see Van Skalkwyk just working that one for another single. He's looking comfortable out there. That single bringing the score to 1-1-1. Could it be luck for the Inyatis? James just knocks that one into the leg side for another single, which brings the end of the 27th over. CSA emerging 112 for the loss of 3 on Skalkwyk on 52. James on 10.
Are you one of those people that are superstitious, Maz?
Depends. Not all the time, but we all know what mother cricket can do. Don't play with mother cricket. I've seen too many wickets fall on 1-1-1 loss.
That's where Lindile needs to be. Back of a length, looking to hit the top of the stumps. Wicket to wicket, like I said earlier, is a very good wicket to wicket bowler. Changes the pace well, but from time to time today he's just strayed a little bit on the leg side, causing him to bowl a couple of extras. Relax, think and execute your plan. Wicket to wicket, keep it simple. And as I say that, slips one down the leg side. I think nerves can play a big part here, Muzz. And when one is nervous, you don't have quite the full control of what you're doing. Maybe one of the experienced bowlers, I see Nico there chatting to him. Just tell him to calm down, execute the plan, and focus on the basics.
Yeah, that's a better comeback. Certainly, I think, from a bowling perspective, we touched on it a little bit earlier. Batters, they talk about partnerships, but in bowling, partnerships are just as important. And, these two CSA emerging batters, Van Skalkwyk and James, have found rotating the strike maybe a bit easier than they have throughout the morning, which then tends to sometimes lead to the bowlers wanting to try too many things rather than just sticking to those processes of hitting back of a length outside off stump. Lovely shot by James down the ground for 1.
I mean, targeting certain bowlers could be part of a plan, but you still got to have a plan of how you're going to hit him and where you're going to hit him too.
Now that's well played down to third man for 1 by Van Skalkwyk. Yeah, certainly there's a lot of planning that goes into games and matchups that they talk about, but you've still got to execute those matchups, and all of that is all good and well beforehand. But when the boys are out there, you've got to assess the conditions and find a way to execute those plans.
I think we've seen throughout the game now that back of a length is probably the area to be hitting quite a lot, because it's difficult to score from there. Then discipline comes into play. Just a fresh mind, relaxed body, run in, finish your action, and just have your targets and set and in mind.
So we see James just advancing down the wicket there, hitting it out into one of the pockets out on deep backward point. Class doing the fielding.
As the batting side now, Murray, at 116 for 3 after 28 overs, what would your advice be as the coach in terms of how to carry on from here, how to kickstart? And would you have a target already in mind, or would you hold that for later?
Yeah, I think these two batters are going along nicely. They've built up a nice partnership in quite a short period of time of currently sitting on 35. So we see Sisani continuing. But it's always a difficult one. The minute you start putting targets in place, as we've spoken about the bowling, guys maybe change one or two things. Certainly, I think though anywhere in the region of 200 plus is what they should be targeting, especially with the set batsman of Van Skarpwyk. Paul James has looked good, but for these two just to continue maybe for another 4 or 5 overs, because there are certainly some batters that are still in the hut that can accelerate quickly. But running hard between the wickets, as these two are doing, is certainly a way to keep applying that pressure onto the bowling side. If they can hit and find the pockets and turn those ones into twos. For 4 of those deliveries, they're going at 8s with very low risk. They've brought the run rate back up into the 4s. It did slip down into 3.5 earlier, but back up to 4.2. So we see Van Skarpwyk just moving across, playing the sweep shot. For one, he certainly looks to have upped the tempo a little bit since reaching 50. But again, low risk. 1s and 2s, not too many boundaries, which the Eastern Cape Inyati side will be happy with. Good adjustment by Cezani.
It's 10 and bounce there for Lihle.
Yeah, I think he bowled that one a little bit slower, giving it a chance to grip a little bit. You see James just asking why that one is not wide, but batsman would effectively have been changed his way of batting, going into the reverse sweep. So he would have been a left-hander, which means umpire deemed that that one was a fair delivery. It was inside the red line, which is a guide for the umpires. That's a great shot by Paul James. Down the ground, Cezani unhappy with himself there. Would have expected himself to stop that one. The end of the 29th over. The CSA emerging side 122 for the loss of 3. Van Skarpwyk 56, James 13.
And now we see a change of bowling, going back to one of the strike bowlers, Chet Claassen. I think it's time that the Inyati side had a breakthrough. So that's why you'd go back to one of your opening bowlers to regain control of the game and maybe to hopefully get a breakthrough.
Chad Claassen's returns for his sixth over, should I say. Wicketless so far, but only going for 19 runs. So he returns. Paul James wanting to take a quick single there. Scott Fake says, no, mate. But this is generally where we see batting teams looking to accelerate in 50 over cricket once they reach overs 30. Lovely shot there by James, playing it really nice and late. Fantastic running again by these two. It's really been a point that they've made to run hard between the wickets. It's not a wicket where the batters can come in and just throw their hands and get boundaries. So key that running between the wickets is something that they focus on. But just touching on it there, RCR 30 overs gone. Well, this is the 30th over. So, and plenty of batters in the hut, so they are going to have to go from third to fourth gear here.
I also think it's important to note that when the bowling side brings back one of their strike bowlers, it means that the partnership is getting to irritate the fielding side a little bit. So the batters are doing something right. The fielding side brings back a strike bowler to try and get a wicket. So as the batters, you need to make sure that you're intact and you don't give that wicket away. Class in here for 2 overs doesn't get a wicket, you're still on top.
Yeah, certainly exactly that. That's why they've brought back their strike bowler to try and get a breakthrough. I think Molefe is somebody who the Inyati should look to maybe get back on. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 12. Clausen's just strays onto the hip there of James. James turning that for 1. That brings to the end Clausen's return over. Maybe this is the message coming out from the coaching staff as into how to approach the last 20 overs of this one-day competition. But it's this man, Cezani, to continue from the Buffalo Park drive end. Going into his 6th over. Yet to find a wicket next to his name. Paul James down onto his knee. Sweeps it around the corner for 1.
Mazdu just noticed the Vian out on the sweeper boundary. His right elbow, they're full of strapping. I think they call it tennis elbow. Have you ever had one of those?
Can't throw that hard, mate. Maybe in my coaching days, throwing the sidearm, but that might be a little bit of a concern for the Eastern Cape Inyatis. He hasn't been too active in the field, maybe strategically placing himself, although he is in a high traffic area out there at the moment at deep backward point. But with Cezani bowling, the line that he is bowling, that Midland leg stump line, doesn't look like he's going to be having too much work to do. But again, these two batters just ticking it over. Single off every ball in this over so far. It's a much better line by Cezani.
Yeah, the batters are just happy to collect runs from Lihle. You know, they're going at 5 and over of his bowling. They're collecting the dots, the singles and the twos, collecting all the time.
And there it is. Van Skalkwyk picks up the length quickly, rocks onto the back foot, picks up another boundary for him and for his team. That boundary also bringing up the 50 partnership between Van Skalkwyk and James. Just 37 minutes, 63 balls and 2 boundaries in that. Just shows you that it's not really the quickest wicket around, but with only 2 boundaries, they've run really well, these two batters, have they? but there was certainly a message of intent needed by these two batters that came out by the 12th and 13th man. So we come to the end of the 31st over. Van Skalkwyk on the 62, James on 18. The CSA emerging 11, 133 for 3 after 31.
Really been impressed by Van Skalkwyk's innings, yeah. Very mature, mentally strong. Hasn't looked to do too much. He's played the situations, played it well. He's been in control, and he's dispatched of anything that's been pitched up to him. So yeah, very controlled innings, very well put together batsman, yeah.
It's a good line and length by Claessens. We've seen Van Skalkwyk maybe wanting to just up it a bit here, but tucking him up, not allowing him to freeze hands.
Yeah, we know Jorik van Skalkwyk is a batsman who is capable of getting the big scores. Has done it a few times for the SA and the 19 in the youth series that he's played in the past couple of years. And we see a bit of over-eagerness, should we call it, from Chad Claesen. Bowls what I believe is the first no ball of the game. And you had just said that Jorik van Skalkwyk is looking to up the tempo. And this is a golden opportunity to do that.
Very well bowled by Claessens there. Firing it in at Van Skalkwyk's leg stump there. Free hit. Eastern Cape Inyati's coming away scotch-free there. Just a single off that one. Very well bowled by Claessens.
You know, it's always interesting for me why bowlers tend to keep their best ball for the free hit. And then immediately after that, they never go back to it.
Yeah, we talk so much about the Yorker. It's one of the most underrated balls and in white ball cricket. And we always wonder why they don't go to it early on, or earlier, should I say. So we see a nice full delivery there. But Paul James, lovely wrist work there, getting it out to the deep cover region.
Paul James is going at just over a run a ball. He's playing a supporting role to Jorik van Skalkwyk. The problem is, or the problem was, it looked like Jorik van Skalkwyk was playing a supporting role to Paul James as well, but you can put those thoughts to bed because he ends the over of Chad Claesen with a huge hit over cow corner. The score is 142 for the loss of 3 wickets after 32 overs. The partnership has swiftly moved on to 69. And after getting A double breakthrough. The Eastern Cape Inyati have struggled to get wickets in the last 10 overs. And when you struggle to get wickets, you have to call upon your main man. Nico van Zyl has answered the call for his captain Nathan Roux.
Yeah, Van Skalkwyk has been out there since ball one, and he certainly has a good feel and idea of how the wicket's playing. Paul James is looking comfortable himself. These two have put on a wonderful partnership of 61 so far, and as we've touched on, you've got to call on your strike bowlers. It's that man Nico van Zyl back into the attack. James just having a look. Van Zyl targeting the stumps as they would do near the back end here. Seems to have gone straight back to the field that he started with this morning. Obviously, he's allowed a couple more guys out now, and he's got a third man and a fine leg out, but he's got a deep man on the cover boundary and a deep square leg.
Good running from Paul James. It's essential that he keeps rotating the strike and doesn't get himself bogged down at one end.
Yeah, we've touched on it all day, but it's so important, especially towards the back end now. If the boundaries aren't there, that they minimize the dot balls and ensure that they keep rotating strike to these two batters. As you see, Van Zyl to Van Skalkwyk says, we'll just have a look upstairs. Van Skalkwyk practices the shot that he thinks he should have played. It's the one bouncer for the over, so anything that's short again, I can tell you Van Skalkwyk's not going to hold back. He had a taste of that in the last over. He dispatched Klaasen for a 6 for his last ball. Zyl to Van Skalkwyk. Back of a length. But again, a good ball brings a single.
The Eastern Cape Inyati were able to get those 3 wickets off the back of tight bowling, being miserly. I think it's something that they probably need to get back to. Try and tighten up the runs and then be able to force a mistake. At the moment, it looks like it's a bit too easy for the CSA emerging team to rotate the strike. And you understand that the batsmen have been in there for quite a while now. The partnership is on 64. But it's also important to give them something to think about. Maybe take one of the fielders on the boundary, put them in the circle, and keep bowling those tight lines. And ask them to take a risk. And that was probably the chance that they needed. Nico van Zyl bowled a perfect bouncer there. It looked like it was a slow ball bouncer. And the batsman wasn't able to pick it up. But the chance goes a begging. And now it's drinks. Perfect time for drinks for the Eastern Cape Inyati. At the end of the drinks break, the Eastern Cape Inyati bring Gaudisa Molefe back into the attack. They really are going for the jugular now. They need something to happen. They've gone back to their strike bowlers. But it seems as if the CSA emerging team is comfortable. It looks as if they are used to everything that the Eastern Cape Inyati are throwing at them. And Molefe has to do something special for his team here, or at least keep the run rate down, so maybe he can force a mistake from these batters. Still got the same field he operated in his first spell, which went for 12 runs, and he got a wicket. 5 overs, 12 runs and a wicket. Jason Neiman still at that catch and cover. And you can tell the fielders, the energy goes up as soon as a couple of dot balls are strung together. Oh, that's well placed. That's very good batting. Good composure from Jorik van Schalkwyk. He waited for that ball, played it under his eyes, put it into the space between Tandon standing at backward point, and Jason Neiman did a catch and cover. Opened the face of the bat, played it into that space. Gets himself off strike. Oh, lovely little dab. Lovely little dab from Paul James. It's just been a testament to his innings so far. He's been very composed. And 4 runs came off that Gaudisa Molefe over. The score is 149 for 3 after 34.
I think key areas, your key pointers is the batters are now allowing the ball to come to them. They're no longer trying to go and fetch it. So by allowing the ball to come to you, you stay in shape, you hold your shape for much longer, and you're in control of the execution of the shot. So they're now controlling the innings, they're controlling how the run rate is going, and the Inyati side is playing catch up. The batters are in control, and they're dictating the play. A wicket or two will change things around, but currently the batters are the ones that are dictating play here.
And you hope that the dictatorship comes with a spike in the run rate. Currently going at 4.4. And we know that a player like Jorik van Schalkwyk is very capable of upping the tempo. As the 150 comes up for the CSA emerging team. 150 for 3 after 34. Slightly behind where they would have thought, or where they would have liked to be. Oh, and that's a great shot. He picks it up off a length, smacks Nico van Zyl over square leg. It made a tremendous sound off the bat. And that has changed the mood around the ground. Look at that. Paul James. Oh, great cricket all around. He follows up that hook shot with a drive, a square drive, but Gaudisa Molefe is equal to it. Keeps it down to 1.
You know, they're saying the key to scoring runs is picking up length. You know, the quicker you pick up length, the quicker you decide where to go, front foot, back foot, and the quicker you decide which shots to play. So what they've done well so far is they've picked up length well, and their decision making has been impromptu. So picking up length is key.
It will be interesting to see what the umpire calls that. It's buys and Mncedisi Malika. He knows that at the fines meeting is going to be in trouble. Wicket keepers hate buys. You see them always fighting with the umpires. If a ball, if a ball goes down the leg side and it tickles the leg of a batsman or a batsman's leg, and the umpire calls it a bye, they're never happy. Was a very good shot, but Jason Neiman equal to it. Saves a sure single. 35 overs gone, 3 wickets gone, 158 is the total.
It's amazing how a partnership does sort of deflate the fielding side. You know, it kills the voices, it kills the vibe, and that's when you know as batsmen that you're in control. But now the fielders are trying to back up their bowlers again. There's a lot more voices. They're seeing the finish line closer to 50 overs. Energy levels have got to be up. Intensity's got to be up. So now the voices are coming along as well.
Yeah, since the 30th over or the 31st over, it's basically been a straight shootout of a T20 game with 7 wickets in hand. They have the platform to really take off here.
Gaudi is pushing the ball through much quicker. Not allowing the batsman to dictate. He's dictating how to bowl here.
Very well played in front of square, almost a collision between the two fielders, but they are in the end able to keep it down to just 2. Yeah, it is interesting to see how they are navigating the Gaudi Molefe overs. The smart money would be to try and see him off or to see him out. He's still got 3.5 overs left. That was much quicker, like you said. It was visibly much quicker.
He is someone that's going to challenge the batsman. He is a danger. So you take him 10 overs, you take him at 4 and over, you'll be happy. You don't have to do anything silly against him. And then you look to capitalize on anyone else that replaces him. Good, wise batting this from the youngsters.
Oh, and that is why they have been respecting him the entire game, because just as you think you've got the hang of him, Gaudi Molefe is able to pull out something like that. It was interesting while I was off comms watching Lihle Sizani as the over comes to an end, 162 for 3 after 36. Watching Lihle Sizani operate around the wicket, and he kept on bowling wides down the leg side, or even if a ball wasn't a wide, it was 2 straight, not really troubling the batters, but he was able to stay on for 6 overs.
Yeah, I think the plan there was to tie up one end and allow the batters to get 3 and over with the protection that he had on the leg side. But I think with the execution for Lihle today wasn't quite on point. And he didn't try and change his angle or anything. He stayed around the wicket, and the batsman found it easy. I think he could have maybe tried to change the angle that he was bowling at, protect himself a little bit more with a mid-wicket, and maybe things could have gone differently. But yeah, that 8 overs, that 6 overs of his, the batsmen were really on top. They controlled where he bowled.
Tandantini comes back into the attack. Yeah, that's really where they took over, the CSA emerging side. And it's been a hard fight for the Eastern Cape Inyati since to get back into this game. But the guys who were able to get the breakthrough early on in the game when they were in a tough spot, guys like Tandantini, Gaudi Molefe, they're back into the attack now. Playing against much more confident batters. Guys have been seeing it for the past 3 hours now.
If my maths serves me right, I was no A student by any long shots. But if you look at the 10 overs between Sizani and Mhlekwa, they've gone for 53. And as a batting side, you'll take that because you're going at well over at 5 and over there.
And of course, it started off so well for them with Mhlekwa getting that wicket in his first over. But after that, they really struggled to contain the CSA emerging batters. They couldn't get themselves to bowl at one batsman. Instead, they were able to rotate strike as much as they would like. Non-threatening lines that they were bowling.
Yeah, I think the key there with that partnership is it lacked consistency. You know, they bowled some good deliveries, but I think in that 10 overs that they operated on, there was just a lack of consistency, which allowed the batsmen to score freely. And now the bowlers having to come back and try and retain it and bring it back a little bit.
Yeah, of course, we expect the run rate to go up from this position. As we said earlier on, if you have 3 wickets down after 36 overs and the score is 164, you would be very disappointed if you're not close to or touching 300 with the firepower that they still have, including the 2 batters that are still in. They have both illustrated or demonstrated a couple of times that they can take it to the batsman. As we see Jorik van Schalkwyk, or Paul James rather, advance down the wicket, but he finds the inside edge and fortunately gets that single.
I think Van Schalkwyk is going to be the key here with where the CSA emerging side get to in terms of their total. You know, if he bats through, he allows everyone else to come in and bat around him and call it teeing off. He is going to be important for this back end of this innings. He's controlled the innings well, and he must just carry on playing that role and allowing the other guys to just have a go. He must just anchor the innings from here onwards.
Paul James tries to sweep Gaudi Molefe. Gets a top edge, but the ball fortunately lands in a safe area. He gets off strike and Jorik van Schalkwyk back at the striker's end. Hits the ball with the wind at Buffalo Park. The innovation finally works for Jorik van Schalkwyk. With the wind and with the turn of Gaudi Molefe, he's been trying to do that for the entirety of his innings.
Yeah, using the pace there of Gaudi. Now Gaudi bowls with a little bit of a quicker arm, and they picked him up with the reverse sweep over point for 4.
It'll be interesting to see now if Gaudi Molefe tries to bowl a tighter line. Perhaps that one outside off can be reverse swept again. There he goes with a tighter line, but Lisha Sizani is able to move all the way from what you would call a position between cow and deep mid wicket, and he covers that ball, and they are able to come through for 2 runs. It's been a pretty good over so far for the CSA emerging side. Can Gaudi Molefe bring it back? Ooh, Gaudi Molefe had an opportunity there. It was a small chance, but a fielder of his caliber, and you can see from his body language that he reckons he could have gotten there. Or perhaps has done himself some harm from the dive. He's still got 2 overs, 2.2 overs left, and the Eastern Cape Inyati would hate to see him get off the field. He is asking for the physio to come on. Oh no. Actually, he's saying he's going to soldier on until the end of the over. It's Gaudi Molefe. Brilliant stuff. Let's see how this over finishes, yeah? He's got 2 balls left. They already have a couple of singles and a boundary. No need to do anything silly. Sensible cricket from Paul James. Last ball of the over from Gaudi Molefe. Once more defends on the front foot. Keeping in mind that Gaudi Molefe only has 2 overs left. The score is 173 for 3 after 38. 12 overs left in the innings. And you expect the CSA emerging side to start thinking about teeing off here.
100%. I think the platform's been set, foundation is there, but also it's how you go about it. It's just, you're not going to swing from the hip and get to 300. You must have a plan. You must execute the correct plan to the correct bowlers and identifying the correct places where you can score. It still needs to, you need to be clever about it, but it is go time now.
Umpire probably saying that that's too high. Tandantini, ever the enthusiast. He still has only 1 man protecting him down the ground, Christian Dutoy at long on. So once more you expect him to try and bowl back of the length.
Ooh, feel that he missed out there. Halfway down the pitch. And he was looking to go over mid-wicket there because there's no one out there on the boundary. But seemingly went through his shot too early. It held up a little bit on the wicket. which is what we've been saying the whole day, is that this wicket lacks a bit of pace, but it has been real. You know, there's been no demons on it. Hasn't been up and down. It's just you need to wait a little bit as a batter.
Very good fielding from the substitute, Hardeskutsa.
I think the Inyati side would be happy chasing anything in the region of about 240, 250 from where they are right now. I think the CSA emerging side would be looking at about 280 and above. That's where they'll be happy. It will be interesting to see how the last 12 will go.
Or played. Paul James has looked in pristine form ever since he came in. Hasn't been unsettled at any stage in his 38 runs so far. Now it's up to Tanuntini to take it to the batters. Get them to try and be aggressive. Doesn't look like there's a magic delivery coming around the corner. Just like that. And just hope that one of these batsmen can make a mistake. But at this point, these guys are just in sync. The running between the wickets has been brilliant. Chance for a run there, but they quickly abandon that idea. As we come to the end of the over, the score is 177 for 3 after 39.
As we start to come to the business end of the first innings here of the CSA emerging side, our co-commentators have already alluded to that they are going to have to, or they would, should I say, would like to step it up here with still a number of batters in the hut. These two set with a partnership of 96 as they look to bring up the 100 partnership between these two. But it's this man, Molefe, who certainly has been the pick of the bowlers for the Inyati. James has swept well today, and he continues to do so, taking his personal tally to 39. Brings the anchor of the innings, Van Skalkwyk, on strike. Currently sits on 84.
You can see the ploy from Kgaudi Molefe was to try and bowl that quicker one, fuller one. And when the batsman tries to sweep, if it misses, then he'll get that LBW. Even there, when he sees that kind of shot, that reverse sweep or that switch hit, he'll feel like he's still in contention of a wicket. That reverse sweep in the previous over, in the previous Kgaudi Molefe over, it seems as if it's brought not a fielding change, but a slight shift in position from the Eastern Cape Inyati. You see now that Nathan Rue, the captain, actually there's a fielding change because Nathan Rue is no longer at slip now. He's standing at backward of point.
And Paul James finds the boundary for the CSA emerging side. Molefe just bowling that one a little bit flatter and into the leg stump, but rather on the fuller side, and Paul James helps himself to another boundary. He's really looked comfortable out here this morning, as that boundary does bring up the 100 partnership between these two batters, which has been fantastic for the CSA emerging, and as they have done so well, James just knocks it into the gap for yet another single. It's been really good showing by these two that if you run hard between the wickets, find the gaps, hit the pockets, and you spend some time out there having fun, you can put on a 100 partnership with one of your mates. Molefe beats the outside half of the bat there, brings the end of his 9th over and the end of the 40th over. It's the CSA emerging side, 184 for the loss of 3, as we have 60 legitimate balls left in the innings here. And as we've touched on, the CSA emerging side will want to definitely put the foot down, put the hammer down here, and try to score at least 100 runs off these 60 legitimate balls. Standing in their way is Thando Ntini.
And you see that Thando Ntini, Chad Claassen, and Nico van Sale all have 3 overs left. And then you've got that one from Gaudi Molefe. So you expect those 10 overs to come from those 4 bowlers. I believe we've seen enough from Lishe Sizani. That's a great shot. But Jason Neiman is equal to it. Keeps it down to just 2. There's going to be a lot of work for these fielders at the boundary in these last 10 overs. And obviously there's a fielding restrictions change in the last 10 overs. We had 4 fielders out from overs number 11 to number 40. Now we have 5 fielders out from 41 until 50. So there's a bit more protection. But that doesn't stop the CSA emerging side from rotating the strike.
Yeah, great running by these two again. Pushing these boundary fielders, putting them under pressure. We have noticed not only now but all day the boundary fielders are just 5-6 meters off the rope, walking in hard, trying to cut off those 2s. Teeny to James. Dot ball this time.
The commitment from Jason Neiman to stop that ball from being a boundary is going to help the Eastern Cape Inyati in the long run, because the youthfulness of the CSA emerging side will tell them that in order for something to look like it's profitable, it has to go for a 4 or it has to go for a 6. But if they keep them down to those 2s, they start to appreciate them a bit less, and then perhaps you see them start to take a few more risks, and then that's where you might see a wicket.
Yeah, that's a lovely analogy of exactly what's out there at the moment. And as we see Van Skalkwyk not really, that ball not really going where he wanted it to go, but nonetheless off the splice for 1. But just to touch back on what we're chatting about, is that's what the Eastern Cape Inyatis would want. They want the CSA emerging side to take a few more risks and hopefully pick up another wicket. But these two looking very comfortable at the moment at the crease. Dini to James, and that brings up a very, very well played half century for Paul James. He has looked a high-class player from the minute he came in. Hasn't looked troubled at all, and brings up a fantastic 50 for him. 81 minutes, 65 balls, limiting it to 29 dots, 1-4 and 1-6 in that 50 for James. And I'll tell you what, there's a schoolboy coach, Alan Willows. He'll be very proud of one of his old players, Paul James, to have gone on and got a 50 for the CSA emerging side.
It's a wonderful stat to bring up there on the scoreboard. It says he only has 1-4 and 1-6. 40 of his runs have come from ones and twos. And we're talking about how important it is to rotate the strike. Oh, that's a pretty good shot. That's a brilliant shot from Paul James. He hit that ball so hard. No chance for Christian du Toit. He's standing at deep backward square.
Yeah, that's been a highlight of Paul James's innings. Not only the ones and twos, but he's really played the spinners with a lot of ease in sweeping, and just shows us what a high-class cricketer he is, showing that he can play 360 degrees. A real highlight of this innings has been this partnership between Van Schalkwyk and James. They haven't really given any chances or been troubled by the Eastern Cape Inyati bowlers. Van Schalkwyk just ticks his own score over to 87. But Van Schalkwyk and James have really dominated proceedings out here today. Very low-risk cricket. As we see James just playing very easily. Another single down the ground. And this is what happens when you attack as a batting side. You attack the first two balls of the over. You get a boundary off one or two of those balls, and then all of a sudden the pressure's on the bowler, and you have the ability to just knock it around for the ones and twos and easily pick up your sixes and sevens through the over. As Van Schalkwyk finds the pocket again, and we sound like stuck records, but really the running between the wickets between these two batters has been nothing but an exhibition. As the 200 comes up with that 200 comes up in the 41st over, which really means that there is a platform for not only these two but those batters to come to drop the hammer and put on a big score for CSA. As we see Van Schalkwyk, he gets down onto one knee sweeping. Throw there by Suzani. Hits the stumps, but that brings the end of a wonderful spell by Molefe. 10 overs, 1 for 45. And he has really been outstanding for the Eastern Cape Inyatis today.
And as expected, Gaudi Molefe finishes his spell in the 42nd over. We spoke on commentary that the CSA emerging side would be happy if they are able to see him out 10 overs for 45 for just a single wicket. Knowing how dangerous he was earlier on in his spell, they will be pretty happy that they were able to see him out. Now it's up to Tanduntini, Chad Claassen, and Nico van Sale to try and keep them under that 250 mark we're talking about, or anywhere under 260. And you'll find that they're going to be happy, the Eastern Cape Inyati, on their home ground and the turf that they know so well. That's a great shot. Tanduntini strays down the leg side, just swivels his hips, does Jorik van Skalvik, and finds the easiest boundary of the day for himself.
Yeah, any batter in their 90s and gets one on the hip, will absolutely lap it up, and he takes his personal tally to 94. Van Skalkwyk really deserves 100 here today. He's weathered the storm of the Eastern Cape Inyatis. Took his time up front. He's really run well, but this young man is definitely a prospect for the future. And Tini to Van Skalkwyk. Lovely cricket shot that is down the ground for one. And yet again, just touching on, the boundary has come off the first ball of Ntini's over, which means that the CSA emerging batters aren't under that much pressure to find the boundary in the remaining 4 deliveries here. Pressure all on Ntini. He's got to make sure he's got to make the play here. Seems like there's a change in field. Fine leg drops back. The toy comes up into the ring, mid-on. Change of line and length for Ntini. Ntini to James. As a look upstairs, slower ball bouncer, which Ntini has bowled well today. He's the only Inyati pace bowler to have used the bouncer, which on a slow wicket like this is definitely a delivery that I'm sure the CSA bowling coaches would have made some notes of, and will start chatting with their bowlers in terms of plans that they would look to employ when it's their turn to defend their total.
Unfortunately for Tanduntini, that's the second bouncer that's over shoulder height. The umpire says it's a wide.
Yeah, Antini not happy with that call. Gave it the old double teapot in the middle there. Nonetheless, it's the men in red who make those decisions. And because of that wide and the second bounce of the over, we see that fine leg now comes up. The toy drops out onto the boundary. So Antini will look to get the ball up to the bat. Good skill set there, rolling his fingers over it, just into the wicket. James says, no problem, we'll just, we're happy with the one. Which gets Van Skalkwyk back on strike. Finds himself on 95. Plenty balls to get him to that milestone of 100. Ntini to Van Skalkwyk. Full delivery. Van Skalkwyk knocks it into the pocket of deep mid wicket. Niemand gets there.
That is gone.
Absolute brilliant fielding by Jason Niemand. One stump to aim at. And Paul James sacrificing, pushing his team to get as many runs as he can. But no matter how many runs you took there, a direct hit from the boundary, always going to bring a wicket, and that's some gun fielding by Jason Niemand. So you just have a look. Good ball by Ntini on Skalkwyk into the pocket, and Niemand gets the breakthrough for the Eastern Cape Inyatis, which brought the end of James 57 runs. He was at the crease for 90 minutes. An impressive, faced 70 balls and 30 of them only dots. 2 4s and 1 6 in that innings by Paul James. But I think what was really good about that was the partnership between Van Skalkwyk and Paul James, which has set up the platform here for the CSA emerging side to drop the hammer and see if they can get anywhere near that 250 plus.
The departure of Paul James brings to the wicket Litabo Pashamushaka for the CSA emerging side. We've seen his exploits in the recent ICC Under-19 World Cup. We know how dangerous he is in the last 10 overs. And for the Eastern Cape Inyati, the bad news is it doesn't need a feeling out process. He can tee off from the get-go.
Teeny to Van Skalkwyk. Similar delivery. This time they decide just to take one. Brings the end of the Ntini over. 43 overs gone. Eastern Cape and Inyati looking to keep CSA emerging down to as little as possible. But it's still that man, Van Skalkwyk, at the crease on 97. And I can assure you, once, and hopefully he does reach those three figures, he himself will turn on the afterburners and look to clear the boundary.
Yeah, it looks like we're in for some fireworks here in the last 7 overs. You see Alindile Mshejwa, perhaps unexpectedly, coming back into the attack. I did predict that it would be Nico van Sale, Chad Claassen, and Tanduntini to see out the last 7 overs. But the Eastern Cape Inyati captain, Nathan Rue, has a plan. Alindile Mshejwa, back of the length. Let's see how he goes here with Jorik van Skalkwyk on 97.
Could it be back of a length? Could the ball go over the boundary? They come back for 2. Good fielding by Ntini. Van Skalkwyk comes back for 3. That is an absolute world-class innings by Van Skalkwyk to bring up 100. A very, very well-deserved 100 it is by Van Skalkwyk. He's been at the crease for 191 minutes. 7 fours and 1 6 in that 100. That is a very, very well-deserved century by the young man. He now has, I'm sure, free license in the remaining few overs to tee off and get his side to anywhere near 250 plus. But yet again, another hallmark of this innings has been the running between the wickets of this CSA emerging side.
You said it, Murray. You said you don't want us to sound like a broken record, but once again, great running between the wickets from the CSA emerging side's batters. Alindile Mshejwa's field is quite the opposite of what it was in his first spell. Everyone now is more or less, everyone that's on the boundary is more or less in front of the batsman. And that's the kind of length you expect him to bowl with that kind of field. So I was a bit confused when he bowled his first ball and it was so short and slightly wide. And he has adjusted it now.
Yeah, that's a much better length. That one just sliding down the leg side. He's going to have to re-bowl that one.
You mentioned Murray earlier on in our commentary stint, how underrated the Yorker is in the modern game. Would it be a good ploy right now to use it with just under 6 overs left? Just over 6 overs left, rather?
Yeah, certainly. I think we've seen it's a slow wicket. So, and with Van Skalkwyk, who's in and set, anything that's back of a length, he's going to just sit back and wait to throw his hands and free those long levers of his. So if we can get the ball up into the bat, into that block hole, doesn't matter what format of cricket you're playing, it's very difficult to hit that for 6. As we see that one flying in off Van Skalkwyk's bat. And that is what happens when you do miss the block hole. The margin for error is very, very small. And there it is. We see the long levers of Van Skalkwyk, who's now set on 100. He says, thank you very much. You miss, I'll hit, and I'll hit it far.
Let's see how Alindile Mshekwa comes back from this. He had his soul snatched with that 6. Van Skalkwyk has been in there for 3 hours and 13 minutes. That's a better line, a better length from Alindile Mshekwa. And if he does come back for another over, you would hope that he keeps it there the entire time. It's 2-2-4 for 4 after 4-4. Seems as if the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue is calling upon Nico van Sail, his opening bowler. To try and probably bowl the 45th, 47th and 49th over of the innings. Can he keep it down to under 10 and over? And can Jorik van Skalkwyk punish those balls that just missed their lane?
Van Sail to Van Skalkwyk. In the block hole, nice and full. Good pace off the fence there by Klaasen, just keeping that one down to 1. Which brings Letabo onto strike. He's been good at ensuring that he gets Van Skalkwyk on strike. His running between the wickets has been good, but we know how he can clear the boundaries. Van Sail to him. Oh, a little bit of a full toss there. That one still tipping, so will be a legal delivery. So a delivery which not really expecting as a batter is that full toss. So Letabo just caught off guard a little bit. So Van Sail to Van Skalkwyk again. Well bowled in the block hole. But yet again, wonderful running between the wickets by these two batters. Gets the man who is seeing it like a beach ball, Van Skalkwyk, back on strike. Looks like Van Sail is going into his playbook of T20 cricket. Looking to bowl nice and full. Van Skalkwyk chipping it down too long on Captain Roo does the cleaning up.
It's such a good ploy. It's such a good ploy. You need to ask the batsman to be innovative and try and lap you over third man or fine leg. But just keep bowling that Yorker. Keep getting it in the block hole. It's brilliant bowling from Nico van Zyl.
Yeah, good bowling change by Roo, especially after the last over going for 10 plus. But it's Van Zyl who has found the block hole here at the back end. He'll want to close out his 8th over here. So Van Zyl to Van Skalkwyk. He does exactly that. Van Skalkwyk hits it out into the pocket. It's that man Niemand again. No direct hit this time. But good running again by these two. That brings the end of the over. The CSA emerging 11, 232 for the loss of 4. 5 overs left. We see another bowling change. Maybe they are looking, they've had to go into the T20 mindset here of not letting the batters set against the bowler. So we see bowlers bowling 1 over and a change. They bring back their other strike bowler, Chad Klaasen. Is he going to have the same tactics as Van Zyl and look to hit the block hole? Or will he bowl back of a length as we see a lot of movement into field? But with the short third man and fine leg up in the ring, it would tend to lead that he's going to look to bowl nice and full and at the stumps. It's Klaasen's low full toss. It's that man, looks like Captain Roo, who's going from long on to long on. Van Skalkwyk puts in the big dive to get in. The man must be absolutely shattered out there.
Imagine Pasha Mushaka hit that ball so hard and Nathan Roo got to it so quickly and threw it so flat. But Van Skalkwyk, 3 hours and 19 minutes of batting, but he still managed to get through there quite easily. Brilliant bowling from Nico van Zyl. Just keep it there. Keep it in the block hole. You don't need to fix anything. Ask the batters to adjust. It's impressive that the CSA emerging side was able to get 8 runs in the previous over without scoring a single boundary. And even in this over, they've already got 3 of 2 deliveries. Nico van Zyl, Chad Klaasen rather, gives them something different to think about. Goes for the bouncer, a slower bouncer, or perhaps it wasn't even slow off the hand, but the wicket is so slow it makes it look like it was slow off the hand.
Yeah, nice change up by Klaasen. First 3 deliveries, he went full. 4th one, back of a length. Looks to go full again. I said it in the previous over. Even though you've got the field set and you're expecting it to be full, when it comes at that low full toss, it's not the easiest to get away. Especially on a slow outfield like this. And the Inyati fielders have backed up Klaasen here. Van Skalkwyk will look to try find the boundary here in these last 2 deliveries. It's Klaasen to Van Skalkwyk. Well bowled, but a man sitting on 114 is not going to miss out on that one. But good fielding again by the Eastern Cape Inyatis, just keeping it down to 1.
6 runs off the server so far. 5 balls, 1 ball remaining. Brilliant. Brilliant over from Chad Clarkson. Backing up Nico van Sale on the other end. Worth noting that 5 of those balls were attempted Yorkers. And you expect more of the same from Nico van Sale. 24 deliveries left in the innings. Score is 238 for 4. Pasha Mushaka perhaps hasn't quite gotten his eye in as well as he would have liked. But unfortunately for him, has only come in at a time when the 2 Eastern Cape Inyati premium bowlers were operating.
On sale to Van Skalkwyk. Full and straight at leg stump. Van Skalkwyk just manages to get that one away. Captain Roo doing a lot of leg work out on the boundaries in the back end of this innings. He's got to save a few for when he's batting. But could we see some innovation by these 2 batters? Maybe a lap. We know where the Inyati bowlers are looking to bowl. You miss, I hit, Van Sale says. Uproots the middle stump. That is some fantastic death bowling by the Eastern Cape Inyatis. They've set a plan for the last 14, 15 balls. It's been full and straight. And Van Sale is rewarded with a wicket. Very well-deserved wicket for Van Sale there. Only going for 8 in his previous over. Sticking to his guns. Sticking to his plans. And exactly that, he says, I'm going to bowl full and straight. If you miss, I hit. The new batter in for the CSA emerging is Corné Botha, number 92, on his back. Oh, Van Sale goes full and straight again. Drop catch off his own bowling. The standards that he sets for himself, he'll be upset with that, but fantastic. This is wonderful bowling at the back end by the Eastern Cape Inyatis, restricting the CSA emerging batters from freeing their arms and finding the boundaries. As we see Van Sale to Botha. Van Sale, Nico Van Sale finds the block hole yet again. Not much you can do when the ball's in the block hole. Van Sale again to Botha. This time Botha gets his long levers, gets to swing through the ball. Finds just one. It's the big man, Toy, who does the cleaning up on the boundary. Nico van Sale will be wanting to finish up this over well. Only going for 2 so far and picking up the wicket, which is absolutely golden in any format at the back end. But it's this man, Van Skalkwyk, on strike on 116. And he hits that one cleanly. Just for one, Du Toit does the tidying up down in the long on boundary. And that brings the end of the over. 3 runs and 1 wicket off that one for Van Zyl. And he'll be very happy with that. 47 overs have been completed in the CSA emerging innings. They are 241 for the loss of 5. As we see Claessens, who will continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Can Claessens follow Van Zyl and his previous over with the block hole? He does, but we see some innovation which we thought we may have seen a bit earlier with the clear plans of the Innyatis. Van Skalkwyk missing out on the little lap shot there, the ramp. Keeps practicing. Could we see it again? Because it's a clear plan from the Innyatis here to go full and straight at the stumps in the block hole.
Even if that shot doesn't come off, it does bring some doubt into the mind of the bowler.
Yeah, because it's exactly that. The minute the batter shows some innovation in that space, you've always got it in the back of your mind now that he's got that shot in his repertoire. But Claessens just pushing that one down the leg side, and a man of Van Skalkwyk's class and sitting on 121, who's been there since ball 1. He's not going to miss out on a freebie like that.
It's important for Claessens not to allow that ball to deter him from trying to go for another Yorker here. Exactly. There's no chance for 2 runs there, and the Eastern Cape Inyati will be happy with the singles. 3 balls in this over, 5 runs. Brings the new man on, Corne Borda. He needs to navigate now this next 3 balls from Claessens.
Yeah, I think Botha's role here is to minimize the dot balls. So Van Skalkwyk wanted to come through for the one there. I think as much as Botha needs to try find the boundary, it's vitally important that he gets Van Skalkwyk back on strike, because he is the man who is on 100. He's been there all day. And I think for the CSA emerging side, they will want Van Skalkwyk to face as many balls as possible. Claessens to Botha. But it's that man, Claessens, who's winning the battle at the moment here.
Five runs from 5 balls in this over. Chad Claessens backing up Nico van Zyl. Can he end it off with a wicket here? Instead he gets smashed, but there's a chance from Shekwa, and he takes it! Brilliantly caught at long off. You did say, Murray, that as much as he would like to score boundaries, the best thing for Botha would be to try and get Jorik van Skalkwyk on strike. Instead, he loses his wicket, and more crucially, Eastern Cape Inyati get another dot ball.
Yeah, the Eastern Cape Inyati will be the happier of the two sides here at the moment at the back end. The CSA emerging side did well to control that middle part of the game, but it's been a fantastic comeback by the local boys, the hometown boys. been the two strike bowlers of Chad Claessens and Nico van Zyl, who have tightened the screws here on the CSA emerging side. We're into the final 12 legitimate deliveries of the CSA emerging innings. They were looking at anywhere near 260 to 280, but it's the two bowlers, Van Zyl and Claessens, who have held them back. But it's that man, Van Schalkwyk, who dispatches Nico van Zyl straight back over his head for yet another 6, and that 6 brings up the 250 for the CSA emerging side. It's definitely a target that they would have had in mind, and they'll be happy to have achieved that. 12 4s and 5 6s in that 250. What can Van Zyl do here? So he goes to Van Schalkwyk. Van Schalkwyk gives himself a little bit of room, puts it out into the pocket, but it's to that man, Niemand, who's had a direct hit already. But they push through for 2. As we've touched on, it's Van Schalkwyk who would want to, and his team would need him to face as many of these last few deliveries as he can, as he's already got 8 of 2. Van Zyl to Van Schalkwyk. Lovely bowling by Van Schalkwyk. Apologies, Van Zyl, but Van Schalkwyk manages to get it into the pocket for another 2. Pressure's all on Van Zyl. Nico van Zyl to Van Schalkwyk. Lovely little bit of innovation there by Van Schalkwyk. The man on 132 knows where Van Zyl wants to bowl. Just goes down onto one knee, gets a bat on it, over short fine leg for another boundary.
In all fairness, the bowling plan doesn't need to change because Nico van Zyl just missed his length. It was a full toss by the time it got to the batsman, so it didn't need that much creativity from Jorik van Schalkwyk. And that's a pretty good comeback from Nico van Zyl.
As much as the bowling plan doesn't need to change, 100% spot on, but it does become a little bit predictable when the last 24 balls, the Inyati bowlers have just been looking to hit that block hole, and a man on 136 knows exactly where it's going, and he has a clear idea. As Van Zyl misses his slot there, and Van Schalkwyk says, "Thank you. I'll help myself to another 6. Stand and deliver he does. Takes him to 142, and that's the end of the 48th over. CSA going to 266, with that over going for 20, the most expensive of the innings. So we see the end of Nico van Zyl's 10 overs, 1 for 64. He really did bowl well. That last over spoiling his figures. But nonetheless, the speedster from the Eastern Cape, Inyati, will be happy with his performance, barring those last 6 balls. But we're into the last 6 of the CSA emerging innings. Van Schalkwyk on 146. Could he get to a milestone of 150?
Chad Claessens will be trying to make sure that doesn't happen. He has JJ Basson on strike. He'll be trying to keep him on strike for as long as possible. And that's a pretty good delivery first up. Yorker just outside of off stump. And you can see the intention from JJ Basson. It's to try and find the single, just to get Jorik van Schalkwyk on strike. The Eastern Cape Inyati probably missing a trick with not trying to get enough fielders in the circle to save that single. Try and make him take a risk by hitting over the top. Easy single. Gets the danger man, Jorik van Schalkwyk, on strike. Now, how does Chad Claassen navigate this? He just saw his bowling partner, Nico van Sail, disappear twice for missing his length. It was profitable for them to bowl the Yorkers for just short of 4 overs. But how does he go about this now? He changes it, and it might bring a change in fortune. They take the wicket of Jorik van Schalkwyk. He finally departs for 142. Well played, young man, and the Eastern Cape Inyati are the first ones to go to him. He departs for 142 of 143 balls. He really accelerated in the last 3 overs. 9 fours, 4 sixes. Three balls left in the innings, and Chad Claassen finally gets the danger man.
Yeah, well deserved clap off there for Van Schalkwyk by his teammates. And with the departure of Van Schalkwyk brings Rael Julius to the wicket for 3 deliveries. The CSA emerging side will want to get to that mark of 270, which will be a psychological number. Just getting to that round number of 270 for the Eastern Cape Inyati to chase. But what could we see? 3 balls left. Claassen will want to pick up another wicket. He's the only Eastern Cape Inyati bowler to have picked up 2 so far. As he goes in. Well bowled. Not allowing the arms of Julius to be freed there.
The Yorker, when it's perfectly executed, is one of the best things to witness in cricket. And Chad Claassen has shown us here. The 2 balls remaining. Can he finish it off? The answer at the moment seems to be yes. Chad Claassen closing it off well here for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Perhaps anticlimactic for the CSA emerging side. As we see the left-hander, Rael Julius. He's going to get a single off here. And that's how we end the innings. We get to that psychological mark you were talking about, Murray. 270 for 7 after 50 overs. Brilliant stuff from Chad Claassen in his last 3 overs to bring the game back for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Not forgetting the contribution of Nico van Sail. Aside from that last over that he bowled, which went for 20 runs, they brought the game back for their team, proving that they are the true premium bowlers for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Pulled it up from him. Welcome back for the second innings of this CSA one-day cup match between the Eastern Cape Inyati and the CSA emerging team. The CSA emerging side managed to get to 270 in their allotted 50 overs off the back of 142 scored by Jorik van Schalkwyk. Chad Claassen was the pick of the bowlers there. He was the only one who managed to get 2 wickets in the Eastern Cape Inyati effort. And now we see that Nathan Rue and Vian Ruthven, the young man from Pretoria, are opening the batting for the Eastern Cape Inyati. The weather has certainly changed here in East London over the past couple of hours. It's very different from what it was early on in the day, as Nathan Rue drives that one past the man at cover, and he gets his 3rd run of the innings, and that's how we end the over. The score is 3 for no wicket lost after 1 over. Once again, the Eastern Cape Inyati are chasing 271 runs to get their CSA one-day cup campaign off to a winning start. They are, if you need reminding, that they are the defending champions, with the KZN Inland Tuskers now operating in Division 1. How do you think both teams are going to navigate this one in the second innings, Os?
Good afternoon to everyone listening and watching at home. Yeah, this one's going to be tricky for the Inyati team to try and chase down the score, but I think they should just break it down into small portions. Don't chase it all at once. Partnerships are going to be key. Build partnerships. Scoreboard ticking over. Don't lose early wickets. You don't want to find yourself after 10 overs being 2 wickets down. One wicket down max, and look to just apply pressure by rotating strike and scoring runs. And obviously for the CSA emerging team, they're going to be looking for early wickets. They're going to be looking for breakthroughs. They're going to want to put them under pressure by taking wickets. So it's going to be a very good contest in the afternoon. Outfield's got a little bit quicker because obviously the sun's dried it out a little bit. So there'll be more value for shots for the batting team. So it's going to be quite interesting.
Sipho Putsani bowling the 2nd over for the CSA emerging side. So far, Nathan Rue has had the monopoly of the strike for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Vian Ruthven has been watching from the other end for the first 8 deliveries. Disciplined bowling was the hallmark of the first 10 overs. When the Eastern Cape Inyati were bowling, it was Chad Claassen and Nico van Zyl who put them in a good position at the end of the power play. But as you said, when the CSA emerging side were batting, they managed to have wickets in hand at all times. And if I'm hearing you correctly, that's what you're saying they're supposed to do on the Eastern Cape Inyati side now.
Yeah, I think the key is whilst you're still assessing the wicket and the bowlers, the importance is that the scoreboard mustn't stop moving. Take it nice and deep. Also, just to add on that is, as batters, you must always understand that bowlers are allowed to bowl good balls, so you respect those. But the minute they miss their mark, that's when you capitalize. So it's going to be quite important for them to identify boundary balls and take care of those, and not try and go searching for boundaries, because then that's when you make a mistake. Be nice and calm, and be clear in your thinking, and the going will be good.
Clarity in thinking is exactly what Nathan Rue had there. That ball was short and it came straight to the body, and he was able to dispatch it to the backward square leg boundary for a 4. Ends the over 7 after 2 overs for no wicket lost. We saw a different ploy there with the field setting from Sia Botsani. It was different from what we saw from the Eastern Cape Inyati. The Eastern Cape Inyati had a third man and a deep backward square, but the CSA emerging side are doing something different for both opening bowlers. They have a third man and a fine leg. Does it make much of a difference in terms of the line that you're supposed to be bowling? Or the length? Oh, that was a very good ball. Very good ball from Ryle Julies. Cut Vian Ruthven in half there, but the umpire are judging that ball brushed past the hip. Or the thigh, rather. But that was the first ball that he faced in this innings. Pretty good one for a sighter.
So when we talk about the different field placings, I think it's a clear indication to the bowler by the captain that I've given you 2 slips and a ring field on the offside. I want you to try and attack maybe off stump and fourth stump, bringing the batter forward. We want to nick him off. And as a batsman, you must be paying attention to the finer details. So yeah, anything short is not part of the plan, and a mistake happens, and that's when you go for a boundary. But the ploy is to probably 6-7 meters outside off stump, and allow the batsman to come to you.
Vian Ruthven mistimes that shot. It goes straight up in the air, and it's a great catch. Great catch from JJ Basson. Eastern Cape Inyati with the worst possible start they could have had. They lose the wicket of the danger man, the power hitter, Vian Ruthven, in the 3rd over. The score is 7 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, it looked like he turned his bat slightly early there and got a leading edge. He was trying to glide that down to probably fine leg, turned the bat too early, leading edge, went straight up, mid wicket, running around and taking that catch just behind square leg.
It was a great catch from the fielder there. That ball went straight up in the air and it stayed there for a long time. He had to set himself. Sometimes as a fielder, sometimes you hear fielders say that they wish the ball could come to them a bit quicker because they have less time to think. But when they have all that time to think, sometimes they make mistakes. That brings to the crease Lihle Sizani. As we've already noted in commentary, Lehle Sizani is an old Queenian. Went to Queen's College in Komani. Batting with another former Queenian, Nathan Rue, the captain of the Eastern Cape Inyati. With the ploy that you were talking about, us of the Eastern Cape Inyati trying to rotate the strike and keeping their calm and composure, Lehle Sizani is the perfect batsman for that kind of situation. As he gets off the mark immediately.
Yeah, Lihle's got a very calm head on his shoulders. Doesn't get flustered much by what's going on in and around him. He looks to play the situation, looks to play with a straight bat, and he looks to bat time, which is quite vital here today.
Very good pace from the left-hander. He's not really trying to swing the balls, just hitting a length. Keeping Nathan Rue honest here. And it's the perfect start for the CSA emerging side. A wicket in the first 3 overs of the innings puts the Eastern Cape Inyati firmly on the back foot. So we end the over. The score is 7 for 1 after 3 overs rather.
Yeah, Nathan Rue just missing out on that one. It was pitched up. It looks like he tried to hit the ball too hard and ended up playing on the outside of the ball with a little bit of shape from the left arm seamer. Again, they're looking to play a lot straighter, makes contact with the ball, probably gets 2 or 4, but because he's looking to go square over the wicket, he missed that one on the outside.
Sizani about to face up to Sia Potsane for the first time in this innings. Yeah, that last ball between Nathan Rue and Ryle Julies was quite interesting. It was interesting in the sense that he had been pitching every ball back of the length up until that one. Then he tried to get it a bit fuller, and Nathan Rue perhaps didn't quite get to the ball because he was so used to that back of the length delivery. Well played by Lehle Sizani. Gets off strike. He's got 2 of 3 deliveries now. Brings the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue back on strike.
Yeah, so also with running in and hitting the deck hard, the pitch itself can do a lot of things. One might hold up, one zips through. So it also just aids you in terms of your variation. But when you're looking to pitch the ball up, then you're going at the ball, allowing it to swing. So hitting the deck hard here seems to be the plan.
And that proves your point. We actually do have all sorts of scorers for these professional games, and we have statisticians that are working with us here, and I'm pretty sure if we were to ask them, they would tell us that a majority of these balls that the CSA emerging side have bowled so far have been back of the length. Oh, that's a brilliant shot from Nathan Rue. Misses his length that one time, and it's quickly dispatched by the Eastern Cape Inyati captain.
If you analyze that one, full face of the bat, didn't try and overhit the ball, got himself in a great position, allowed the hands to do the work through the line of the ball, Great shot, 4 runs straight down the ground. Quinian taking control.
It's the hardest thing to say coming from a Dale old boy. Nathan Rue on strike. Takes him on again. Over the man at short, mid on. Nathan Rue taking control of this innings.
This is something I've been expecting for the last couple of balls now. This length has become predictable. The bowler doesn't have too much pace behind him. So it's a pick up there from Nathan, over mid on, runs away for 4.
Sensible cricket from the Eastern Cape Inyati captain. He's got his 2 boundaries in this over. He doesn't need to take any more risks. That will bring on strike Iinyathi for the next over. The score is 17 for the loss of 1 wicket after 4 overs. We're going to see here how Iinyathi carries on from where he started so far. He's going to try and get the strike over to his captain, Nathan Rue, who has been in form as of late. Oh, that's a wide delivery. Iinyathi, we feel like he missed out on that one. But at least the Eastern Cape Inyati get a run off of that. The umpire adjudges it to be too wide. Perhaps not the best line to be bowling, especially with that kind of field.
Yeah, short and wide. Lihle gets any bat on that, it runs away for 4. He's got to be a little bit fuller, a little bit tighter to the stumps. Can't be short and wide like that. He's going to travel.
Much better line. Much better line. And you might bring that man who's standing at a squarish mid-wicket into play if Iinyathi mistimes that shot. Might get a leading edge. Well played. Iinyathi must understand, yeah, and I'm sure a player of Nathan Rue's experience will keep telling him that there is no sin in feeling your way into this game. You can take those few dot balls, but just make sure that you don't get bogged down for too long.
There's a saying in Xhosa that it says, iyabethwa ibhola yecricket, ayina mama, ayina tata. And for this innings, you sense that for the Inyati side to have a good shot at winning the game, they're going to have to look to getting bat to ball, but be clever about the way they're going to do it. It's not just hit what you see. You've got to be calculated in the risks that you take, but risks are going to have to be taken here today.
And certainly the sun has played its part. The pitch is a bit firmer now. It's a bit harder. The ball's coming on a bit better than it was in the first innings, especially in the first 10 overs. Oh, what a brilliant delivery. What a great line. Oh, such is life as a bowler. You bowl the perfect delivery, but you don't get the reward immediately.
From time to time, the scoreboard sort of leads you in how you must play. When you're chasing those totals of about 140, 150, you tend to be in your shell and not know how to go about it. But anything over 250, the scoreboard says to you, you got to play. It guides you in how you must conduct your innings.
Of course, Lihle won't want to leave this to the Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Rue. He'll want to contribute, he'll want to play his part. And he's off strike now, but the run wasn't accredited to him. It was leg byes. "19 of the first 5 overs, 1 wicket gone for the Eastern Cape Inyati. The game is evenly balanced at the moment.
Look at the last ball there from Nathan Rue's point of view. Good foot movement, full face of the bat towards the ball, strikes it well, just finds mid-off there, which is also it's a problem at times because as batters, we tend to look at where fielders are instead of trying to identify where the gaps are. The secret to scoring runs is getting the ball into the gaps. Stop identifying where the fielders are, start identifying where the fielders aren't. Quinion has learned something today.
And Lihle has a huge gap in the covers right now that he has to exploit. It's enticing. Perhaps that's a ploy from the CSA emerging side. That's what they want to achieve. They want to get Lihle to try and hit that ball into that space and perhaps find the nick to one of those 2 slip fielders or the keeper. Once again, tentative in the stroke play is Lihle still trying to find his way in here.
Yeah, if you see the field placement of the CSA emerging side, they have identified that they want to be hitting back of a length. That's where they want. They've left a massive gap there in the cover region, inviting the Eastern Cape Inyati batters to find that exact gap. But it's that man van Schalkwyk. He's having an absolute cracker of a day, contributing 142 runs with the bat and now saving a certain 4 in that region.
It's not enough to score the runs for Van Schalkwyk. He still needs to haunt the Eastern Cape Inyati in the field as well. Lihle no value for a shot. Goes back to playing with a straight face or a flat face of the bat, straight to the ball.
A couple of guys watching at home will have that famous saying of telling their mates that's the one that went for 4 in the nets. But gun fielding there by the CSA emerging team.
No fielders in the nets. Once again, he saves at least another run there. But he might have hurt himself in the process. But in the mood that he's in, I'm sure he's going to get back up pretty quickly. And so he does. Yorick van Schalkwyk. It was a special innings that we got to witness.
Yeah, remember the surname. You'll catch him at higher honours. I'm pretty certain at some point in his career, as we see a change in the field, as Julies is not changing his line of attack, rather the change in the field.
That's how we end over. The score is 20 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, special innings, we'll just touch on it again by Van Schalkwyk. Came in at the top, opened the batting, did what he needed to do as a batter, and find himself departing for 142 with 3 balls to spare in the innings of the CSA emerging 11. Putting his team on the front foot, certainly in this one-day cup game. The CSA emerging 11 posting 270 on the board. They haven't got off to the start that they would have wanted, have the Eastern Cape Innyatis, but it's the two Queenians at the crease looking to steady the ship. Basson continues from the Bunkers Hill end. He's been impressive so far with his left arm pace. Definitely got some wheels. Rushed one or two of the batters. It's been impressive so far by the SA emerging 11. A lot of these players having played together at under 19 level, so they do have some sort of team cohesion. Oh, Cezani looking to free his arms there, but just finding a bottom edge. Down to fine leg. Julies does the work down there. Cezani comes back for two. Not the prettiest shot in the book, but 2 runs to Cezani and 2 runs to the team total. JJ Basson into Lihle Cezani. Play and miss by Cezani. Basson has been really impressive with the new ball here, just working the angles across the right-hander, bringing one or two back in to the Eastern Cape Inyati batters. It's really shown he's got some pace behind him on what is a typical slow Buffalo Park wicket. Good lines, good lengths by Basson again. Lihle Cezani will want to try and find one or two gaps. Maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure, 5 or 14. Nonetheless, with the early dismissal of Rutherford, they will need these two batters to steady the ship. Son comes in again. On that one, finds the middle of Cezani's bat, finds the middle of the gap too. Captain Trichart chases that one down, and another 2 runs to Cezani. Basson won't be too unhappy with that. Needs to just get a little bit of movement away there, and he finds the outside half of the bat. Basson bends his back for his last ball, but misdirected and down the leg side for a while. He'll have to re-bowl that one. JJ Basson into Cezani. That's a much better ball. And that brings the end of the 7th over. The Eastern Cape Inyatis chasing down the 270 posted. They are currently 25 for the loss of 1 after 7. Nathan Roux on 15 of 20 balls. Lihle Sezani 7 of 18 balls. We have our first bowling change of the CSA emerging 11 side. Looks like it's got number 92 on his back, Connor Botha. Botha comes in for his first delivery. Strays down the leg side. That one coming off the thigh pad of Nathan Roux down to fine leg for one.
With the exception of the early wicket, the innings are pretty similar. They were going at a 7 or 8 with a SA emerging side. It's a quick single for Lihle Sezani, and he manages to get there at a personal cost. The thin frame manages to make contact with the 156-gram ball.
Yeah, if the Eastern Cape and Inyati are going to have a good chance of chasing down this total, that's something which they're going to have to do well, is run well between the wickets. It was something which that's a great shot by Nathan Roux. Just waiting for the ball to come to him. Lovely contact points. Pushing that one through for two. But a real highlight of the partnership between Paul James and Van Skalkwyk was there running between the wickets. The exuberance of youth pushing the Inyati fielders in the field, and that partnership of 110 was, if I stand to be corrected, there were only 4 or 5 boundaries in it, so a lot of running between the wickets. As we see Botha, oh, close.
It's always an interesting one that it seemed as if the CSA emerging fielders went at that ball very eagerly. Yeah, look, Nathan Roux just scored a couple of runs there, and he played the ball with a full face. Good call from Lihle Sezani, and he quickly scampers through. Yet another run for the Eastern Cape Inyati. It's a leg by, but they'll take them however way they come. Almost 8 overs done. The score is 30. Loss of 1 wicket. Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Roux on 17. First change bowler for the CSA emerging side, steaming in for his last ball of this over. It's a no ball. Got the worst result because that ball could have also been a wide. But Lihle Sezani gets a chance to free his arms. Inyama, my boy.
Yeah, lovely opportunity for Sezani. He's just been struggling to find the gaps a bit. 8 of 20. Could this be what he needs just to kickstart his innings? What to Sezani, free hit. He does exactly that. Frees those arms. 1 bounce 4. Wonderful shot there by Lihle Sezani.
And it's another no ball.
There's a legend here, Jerome Bossa. What would he do with that? If he had 2 free hits,
The Eastern Cape Inyati were putting themselves in a good position to begin with, but Kone Bota is donating a few freebies, yeah? It's a very good ball. It's a very good ball. Lisha Sizani just stood in his crease. He didn't know what to do with that ball. And we've mentioned it before that bowlers usually keep their best balls for the free hit. And you ask yourself, where's that ball for the next 5 or 6 deliveries? 36 runs on the board, 1 wicket lost, 8 overs are gone. The change of bowler only happened at one end for the CSA emerging side. The left arm seamer of JJ Basson. Still looking to get the breakthrough here. This partnership building nicely for the Eastern Cape Inyati. 29. Nathan Rue playing that ball. Jumping up onto his toes. Trying to play it under his eyes. Keeps it down.
Basson, Nathan Rue finds him a live his bat, but equally well fielded. Still get a single.
Clearly a different tactic for the two batters. Lisha Sizani has a very open cover side. Basson balls wide there down the leg side. Lisha Sizani once again will feel like he missed out on that one. But you see that with Nathan Rue, they are packing the offside. As much as he tries, when he drives that ball, the covers are filled with fielders.
Yeah, they've obviously done their homework on Nathan, realizing that that is a big strength of his. Trying to cut those out. We see another one just going down the leg side. It's one thing the Eastern Cape Inyati is sort of able to keep under control was the extras. There's been quite a few in these first 9 overs so far. A couple of no balls, a couple of wides.
I think they're bowling them to the right batsman. Lisha Sizani donated quite a few wides down the leg side in the Eastern Cape Inyati. When the Eastern Cape Inyati were bowling. He's got quite a few here today. Oh, and he's lucky there. He's lucky there. In all honesty, he will feel like he missed out on that one.
As most batters would. Short and wide outside the off stump.
It's the tentativeness that he's been playing with so far in this inning. Playing with an angled bat, you're bound to chop one back on. Let's see what Basson has in store for us here. 3 balls left in this over. Sizani finally finds the gap, and he should turn around for 2.
Does pretty well. The Eastern Cape Inyati captain goes to the other side and he applauds him on his way back. Takes a lot of skill and patience to be able to bisect those fielders standing in those positions. You've got a man at somewhat of a short gully and at backward point. The fielder standing at third man is left-handed and he had to come all the way around before he could throw that ball. Sizani trying to release the shackles, but it misses out once more. The score is 41 runs for the loss of 1 wicket, and we still have 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, maybe Sizani feeling a little bit of pressure in missing out on 1 or 2 short balls. So Basson looks to finish this over. He does so with a dot. Eastern Cape Inyati's 41 for the loss of 1 after 9. Looks like it's going to be Botha to continue.
Nathan Rue was sitting on the other side watching Kone Botha donating a few freebies here to Sizani. And he was hoping for that kind of delivery as well. Dispatches it straight as a whistle. That's a great shot from Nathan Rue. Full face of the bat. Right off the middle of the bat. Well-deserved boundary. That forces mistake in the field, something that we haven't seen a lot today, in all honesty. But the Eastern Cape Inyati will take those runs in any way they can come. Sizani is back on strikers, striking at close to 50. He's gonna need to get going here. It's very good batting. And once again, it comes at a personal cost. You have to wonder if it's a ploy here from the CSA emerging side. No, it's just jokes. Three balls into this over. The Eastern Cape Inyati already have 6 runs without taking any kind of risk. Nathan Rube makes his way down the track, perhaps trying to create a scoring opportunity, but in the end deciding to respect that delivery. That was the first dot ball of this over. But he picks him up off the legs. Gets value for his shot. Does Nathan Rue. Kone Botha hasn't yet found his mark. His radar is off the mark. And that's the 50 up for the Eastern Cape Inyati. 51 runs in the 10th over. So they've put themselves in a pretty good position.
Just seeing there Nathan picking that one up over square leg. Says, don't bowl there, son.
You can see Nathan Rue is seeing the ball quite clearly here. And that's how we end over 51 for 1 after 10. That's the end of the power play. Eastern Cape Inyati need 220 runs in 40 overs. That's 240 balls. Now, when a team is in this kind of position, there's always this conundrum that's going on in the fielding captain's head. If you open up the field, there are obviously more chances. There are obviously more chances for the batting side to get more runs. But at the same time, if you keep things the way they are, then they can clip you away for boundaries, as they have been doing.
I think the trick is to stay in control. You know, you want to control the flow of runs.
Lisha Sizani loses his wicket. It's been coming. It's been coming. He chops it on, playing with that angled bat as he has been throughout his inning. Tentativeness has been the name of the game for Sizani. With the bowling and now with the batting. He's gone for 15 runs of 29 deliveries. Striking at just over 50.
I think the pressure of Leisha not taking care of the bad ball has caught up with him. You know, as you look at him there when he on that dismissal, he just looks like he's trying to hit the ball too hard. You know, he loses his shape. This game is about timing. You know, watch the ball all the way into your bats, control your own movement. Don't try and fight the ball. And Leisha there just seemed to try and play catch up and look to break the ball rather than just stroke it away.
We're talking about managing the game well. And you could see there, even with the field setting, the CSA emerging side didn't really change the field for Lisha Sizani, even though the 10 overs of the power play gone. And that spoke to the way that he was playing and the way that they felt with him still at the crease. Now you wonder if that's going to bring a change to the way they set the field up with Jason Neiman now.
Yeah, I think the CSA emerging side is just trying to control the runs. You know, Nathan on the other end is free scoring, so they don't want to be chasing the game. So having a couple of people out trying to stop the boundary, and then obviously to the new batter look to squeeze them in, build dot balls to try and put Nathan under pressure. So it's very important that whilst Jason's trying to find his feet, he's getting those ones to get off strike and allowing Nathan to keep flowing as he is. You know, a lot of people don't understand that batting is also about rhythm. The partnership needs a good rhythm. Both players seem to be scoring, seem to be getting off strike, and when the bad ball's there to be taken away. So the rhythm of the game is very important for the batting side as well.
So a change of ends for Ryle Julies brought immediate success. The wicket of Sisha Sizani, and now he gets the outside edge of Jason Neiman, who's off strike. Brings Nathan Rue to the striker's end, and the Eastern Cape Inyati probably need that for a second. Good tidy bowling from Julies. Nathan Rue on 27 runs. and playing with a full face of the bat. And he navigates that one pretty well. He's got a chance to take 2 runs, but he might get himself into trouble, so he decides to turn it down. But
Very imperative, yeah, for the chase, for the Inyati side, that Nathan Rue doesn't stop scoring. You know, he's the one that's seeing it well. The sound of his bat is good. His timing is good. Yes, they've lost 2 wickets, but he doesn't need to stop scoring. He needs to keep driving on.
the CSA emerging side was very interested in that one. Perhaps trying to put the umpire under pressure. Jason Neiman new to the crease. Feeling at that one. That's what they usually say about you batters.
Trying to feel bat on ball. Bat on ball, you know. You don't score runs by letting the ball go through to the keeper. You score runs by bat on ball, bud.
Well said. Off the back foot, Jason Neiman, full face of the bat. And that's how we end over 53 for 2 after 11. Eastern Cape Inyati in that over lost the wicket of Lihle Sizani. You have to wonder if it was a blessing in disguise, because it was scoring at such a slow rate. And it's not usually a batsman who's going to pick up the scoring rate as significantly as he should have, or it would have needed to.
Yeah, look, Lihle is normally your anchor. You know, he's the one, the backbone of the innings. Batters bat around him. He rotates strike. But in a game where you're having to score about 270 plus, you need to be scoring at about 80% strike rate. You know, and you keep that consistently throughout your innings. When you're striking at 50, you're putting the other guy on under pressure. So yeah, he needs to take care of that strike rate, rotate strike, don't get bogged down, get the 1s, get the 2s, and then have the ability to take care of the bad ball.
Bandi Limbata into the attack from the Buffalo Park Drive end. Straight to Nathan Rue, works it off the hips for a single. So yeah, Nathan Rue is seeing the ball differently from everyone else here.
Now the skipper's seeing it well today, from ball 1. You know, also his body language is just, it's good. You know, it's not too aggressive. He's got a good positive body language, and you can feel the sound of the bat when he strikes the ball. It's someone that's confident in what he's doing. So he's seeing it well, but he mustn't throw it away.
Others would call that up high of a delivery from Bandi Limbata. At that height, bowling at that pace, that length, and that line. The CSA emerging side only have 3 fielders out on the boundary, and all of them are behind square. You're wondering if it's a ploy from Bandi Limbata. Maybe he's baiting him into thinking that that is as quick as he can bowl. But the balls that Jason Neiman is getting at the moment are a surprising gentle medium pace.
Probably what you'd hope for as a batsman coming in. You know, gentle pace, pitching it halfway, and those you need to take care of.
Jason Neiman works it off the hips. He gets off strike. He's faced 3 balls from Bandi Limbata, and he got the single. You wonder if Mbata is going to bowl the same line and length to Nathan Rue, who, as we've said before, is operating at a different level from everyone else at the moment. And he does. Oh, what a brilliant catch! What a brilliant catch! Running from square leg to deep backward square. And he takes the most brilliant catch you will see today. He easily had to cover 20 meters to get to that ball. And the gentle medium pace of Bandile Mbata does the trick. They get the dangerous Eastern Cape Inyati captain Nathan Roux. He departs for 29 runs off 34 balls. Score is 55 for 3 after 11 overs.
It was short. It was heading down the leg side. Nathan helped it on its way. And just brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding. Couldn't ask Nathan to do anything better. Unless probably hit it out the park, but hit it well. Great fielding.
And it is brilliance in the field that changes the landscape of this match. Brings to the crease Iinyathi Malika, the Eastern Cape Inyati wicket-keeper batsman. Trying to salvage the situation for the Eastern Cape Inyati himself and Jason Niemand. Also, a different aspect for the batters or the bowlers to get used to with Iinyathi Malika being left-handed. And you wonder how long it's going to take for the wicketkeeper to come stand up to the stumps when Mbata is bowling, because at that pace, other batsmen might look to advance down the wicket.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect situation for the emerging side. 2 new batters in, 220 to get. It's the ideal situation. Mbata seems to be wanting to hit the deck hard, but unfortunately his pace doesn't allow him to. But he got a wicket, so I think he might change his tactics here to the left-hander.
Mbata to Malika. Oh my God, Malika is gone first ball. Mbata with the golden arm. Iinyathi Malika troubles the scorers for only a single delivery. Bandile Mbata with the gentle medium pace does the trick once again for the CSA emerging side.
Malika there just feeling for the ball. You know, his feet didn't go anywhere. He squared up and his hands went at the ball. Nicks off, caught behind. You know, positive foot movement. You know, be assured of what you're doing from ball one. See it, it's nice and full. Step to it and have authority. There he was found wanting. No feet. Hands went at the ball. It nicks off first ball. Good lines from the bowler.
First over from Bandile Mbata. 2 runs, 2 wickets. And crucially, the wicket of the Eastern Cape Inyati captain, Nathan Roux, who was the only batter, it seemed, that was able to find the middle of the bat. And now we have the number 23 and the number 24 of the Eastern Cape Inyati on strike. Jason Niemand is in with Christian Tutoy. Nice positive cricket from the CSA emerging side. They still only have 2 fielders out on the boundary. and it is the 12th over. Those are the things that coaches love to see.
The CSA emerging side is dictating the game. They are the ones in control. Inyati now have to rebuild and rebuild hard.
Nothing seems to be going for the Eastern Cape Inyati at the moment. Jason Neiman gets a good ball, finds the middle of the bat, straight to the man at backward point. A rebuild is needed, as you say, Os, and Jason Neiman might be the man for the job, has been the man for the job for years now for the Eastern Cape Inyati. That was pretty close. Umpire's call, I call it. Umpire's call. You know, if it were a different situation and the score was 100 for 1, you get the feeling that the fielding side would have been a bit more dejected that the umpire said that was not out.
Yeah, Jason Neiman's been here before. You know, he's done it multiple times before where the Inyati side's been in trouble and he's batted well. He's batted long and he's saved the team. So here again is another chance for him to stand up and be counted. He's got what it takes to take the side through.
Well played. Now the question is something that you would probably look at before the start of the innings is whether or not having Alindile Mhletjwa at number 7 and Thando Ntini at 8 isn't too far up the order.
Yeah, look, I think when you balance out your side, you look at your top 4 to do the bulk of the batting. And when you 55 for 4, you're expecting your bowlers to do the job now.
No. "13 overs gone. The score is 55 for 4. The golden arm, Bandile Mbata, coming back for his second over. Can he win the game for his team? He's already broken the back of this Eastern Cape Inyati chase, but can he finish them off here? Of course, Christian du Toit is another very capable batsman for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Perhaps hasn't had the best of times in his debut season. But if ever there was a time to show up for your team, now would be it.
You know, about 2 overs ago, we'll probably be saying that if there's one bowler that the Inyatis could look to take on, would be Bandile. But 2 overs later, we're saying he's probably the golden arm of the team now.
Gets off the mark, does Christian du Toit. Plays it right off his legs. And someone else would have to ask us whether or not that tactic should actually change. Would it not be best to try and attack Bandile Mbata? Or is batting time the key goal at this moment?
So my understanding and my philosophy is if you're going down, you must always go down with a fight. So respecting any bowler right now is not going to help you towards winning the game. So you still gotta be positive. If he drops one short, you still gotta try and dispatch him for a boundary. Yeah, you gotta look to take him on because there's no other way.
No chance for a second run there for Jason Niemand.
See, also, so by losing 4 wickets already, they were a little bit into a hole. So now, if you become defensive, then you're digging yourself even a bigger hole. So counter punching, counter attacking. This is probably the right time to do it. Just to try and apply a bit of pressure to the fielding side. And you'll never know. It's a game of cricket, you know.
Let's see. Let's see how aggressive Christian du Toit decides to be in this innings. Because counter punching does seem to be the only logical step. A change in field for the CSA emerging side. Fine leg comes in, mid-off drops back. Once again, finds the inside edge. Does Christian du Toit also playing with an angled bat? 14 overs gone, 57 for 4.
See, also, when you're not attacking the bowlers, you give them nothing to think about. They run in, they focus on hitting their lines, their lengths. But once you start attacking them, once you start going at them, then there's something at the back of their mind where they feel that they need to change something. You know, you also then apply pressure on the captain to maybe make a bowling change or a fielding change. But when you're just absorbing the pressure, it doesn't help. You've got to also just try and counter punch a little bit. Just make sudden movements just towards the bowler, just to unsettle him, trying to get him off his lengths, and then yeah, you apply it from there.
Counter punching is the name of the game. Well left by Jason Niemand. With the way that the Eastern Cape Inyati batters are operating at the moment, one would like to think that they believe they can still pull this game back.
I think as a batting unit, you never stop believing. You know, a cricket game is never over up until the last run is scored or that 10th wicket is taken. So you never stop believing because one partnership here of 100, 150, the batting side then starts believing more. The fielding side starts giving up. You know, you never know. So you've always got to stay in the fight, but the only way to stay in the fight is to keep scoring runs, keep applying pressure to the bowlers.
And in all fairness, the CSA emerging side is still giving the Eastern Cape Inyati chances to score. They still have 3 fielders out instead of 4. They still don't have anyone in front of square on the boundary. The balls are still there to be hit. I guess you could say it's a matter of application.
application and not being tentative. Still looking to score. You know, bowler gets off his mark, you show them don't bowl there by taking authority. You know, we're now becoming too defensive, and then those loose balls we're not taking care of because we're being too watchful. You got to look to score.
They took a blinder a couple of overs ago. This one's slightly easier, but it comes off the top hand and he drops it. Does Steve Stoke. And you can see how disappointed he is. The umpires on that end decide that we are going to a drinks break. The Eastern Cape Inyati in deep, deep trouble. The score is 57 for 4 after 15. We are back with the golden arm. Bandilembata. Straight after the drinks break. The Eastern Cape Inyati would have hoped that the drinks break would have lasted for longer to gather their bearings. Oh, leans into that one. That's Christian du Toit. It's a good sign. The ball came right off the middle of the bat. They will hope, the Eastern Cape Inyati hopefuls will hope that that's a sign of greater things to come. On the CSA emerging sides front, Bandile finally gets driven for a boundary, and he did that so effortlessly, did Christian du Toit.
Good balance. Head towards the ball. Bat straight through the line of the ball. Bitsman on his left. Great cricket. The counter punching starts now. One has to believe that if the Inyati side is going to get close to 270, they've got to keep finding the boundary or keep finding the boundary. For the SA emerging side, patience, dot balls, and take your chances.
Fuller line. Manages to clip the top of the bails. All four fielders that are permitted to be out on the boundary are now out on the boundary, but they're still more or less behind square. Christian du Toit is a hulking figure. He's tall. You would like to think that he can get on top of any ball that Bandile delivers to him.
Yeah, Christian is a daunting figure. You wouldn't want to run up to him and bowl it halfway by mistake, because he looks like a man that could hit it a mile.
And it's like they heard you here up here in commentary. You see the captain, David Teager, adjusting his position. He's moved himself all the way down to long on as we end the over. The score is 61 for 4 after 16. Looks like there's a change of ends for Kone Botha. He didn't have the best of spells from the Buffalo Park Drive end. Now he's coming from the Bunkers Hill end. His first 2 overs went for 19 runs. He bowled 2 no balls. Fortunately, bowled those no balls to Lihle Sizani, who wasn't in the best of form. He's bowling now to Jason Niemand with a field that has a third man, a fine leg, and a deep backward square. They are still trying to be as aggressive as they can be, with only 3 fielders out on the boundary. You can see the plan from the CSA emerging side. With them flooding the offside, they're basically asking Jason Niemand to try and make a reckless shot off of a good delivery and maybe get himself in a position where he can get out.
I think it's also a ploy to just bog down the batsman, bowling outside off stump, 4 fielders in the ring, you're not getting runs there. And then hopefully you're doing something stupid, They want you to do something different, jumping across the off stump, trying to hit the ball to the leg side. It's too early for that. I think both batters now just need to watch the ball carefully, find the gaps through the offside, run the ones hard, run the twos hard, keep the scoreboard ticking over. And when the bad ball does come, then that's the one that you got to look into tapping on.
A slight change in the field, or a fielding adjustment,
Shit.
but it does not matter because Christian du Toit finds his second boundary of the game, bisects the man at backward point and point. The thing about Christian du Toit is that he doesn't have to try hard when he's hitting these balls. They always travel.
Yeah, very well balanced there as well. He's watched that and he's hit that square of the wicket. His balance is good. He stands upright. Stands upright with his head facing the bowler and his hands nice and high. He's got a very powerful young man, Christian du Toit. Throws his hands out to the off stump, past point. Great fielding on the third man boundary. 2 runs saved for sure. Good energies on the field. The CSA emerging side has got youth on its side. Energy levels are high. The guys are throwing themselves all over the place, diving, trying to stop the ball. And they definitely saved 2 on the last one. Much better rotation here from the Innyatis. Anything outside off stump, Christian du Toit is just waiting for it, playing it late, hitting it to the left of point, finding that gap to third man. That's his go-to area to rotate strike. That's his one's option. And I think it's quite crucial for every batsman out there to know where your one's options are. When you're facing good bowlers or good bowling attack, you can't get bogged down for 20, 30 balls. You've got to find ones, but you've got to know where your one's option is. You've got to know how to get your ones. The best place to bat in cricket is on the non-striker's end, and the only way you get there is by finding those ones. The value of one is very important.
It's rare that you find pace bowlers the height of Bandi Dembata. But when you can find the right length and line every single delivery, then no coach can overlook you because your stats will back you up. Also, when you're bowling at that pace, I'm inclined to believe that you will be able to hit that line in length easier because you have more control over what you're doing. Oh, almost a mix-up there between the 2 batters of the Eastern Cape Inyati, but they quickly communicate and decide against taking that single. The field is well and truly spread now. 2 fielders on either side. A sweeper on the off and the leg side. And then a deep third man and a long on.
Mbata strikes me as one of those bowlers where he's all about rhythm. You know, if he's on his day, if his rhythm is good and the ball's moving around, have your keeper up, keep the batsman stuck on the crease. I think he strikes me as that type of bowler, who's got good rhythm, and when it's going well, he'd be dangerous.
Gets off strike, does Christian du Toit, doing exactly what you said is important in cricket, which is batting from the non-striker's end. And he has been trying to find the runs as much as possible as Christian du Toit rather. And now the CSA emerging side realizing that it's Jason Niemand on strike, so they bring Kone Botha up from long on to mid off, and they take back fine leg all the way down to deep fine leg. That was the last ball of the over. The score is 70 for 4 after 18.
I think Jason Niemand here is struggling with the pace of the wicket. His timing is not quite there today, you know. But again, it's good for the team that he's struggling whilst he's out there than him throwing his wicket away and he's out clapping for other people that are batting. So he's got to fight it through the tough times out in the middle, find his rhythm, find his timing while he's out there, and hopefully things work out for him, because right now it's a struggle. I think the wicket for him is a little bit too paced, and he's struggling to find his feet, and he's struggling to connect the ball and hit through the line of the ball.
Botha carrying on. Solid defense from Christian du Toit. The CSA emerging side have the Inyati bogged down here at 70 for 4 after 18. They need 201 runs to win of 191 balls. As we've said, it's more than doable. The issue is, along the way, we all understand that you're going to have to lose wickets.
Yeah, running hard.
Good running from the Eastern Cape Inyati batters. Something that we said was the hallmark of the first inning of this game, especially during that partnership between Paul James and Jorik van Schalkwyk.
I like the look of Christian du Toit. Seems to be a no-nonsense batter. You know, he sets up as if you stick to your lengths, I'm still going to try and score with you. But if you miss your lengths, then I'm going to teach you a lesson. His setup just tells you that he's here to score. And once you miss your lengths, he's gonna show you where he's going to score. He looks good, looks positive. You know, he looks hungry to score.
The Eastern Cape Inyati need more of that positivity, and they're going to be hoping it rubs off on the veteran Jason Niemand. It's a good comeback from Kone Botha. His first 2 overs had gone for 19. Now his next 10 balls have gone for 9. Finds a single. That's Christian du Toit. The man on the super boundary on the offside manages to cut that down to 1. Jason Niemand will look to finish off the over here on a positive note for the Eastern Cape Inyati.
You know, as much as we're thinking that Jason is struggling out there, cricket's a funny game. It takes one shot, you know, in his area, hits it out the middle, and then all of a sudden he's switched on. So the fight must stay, and he must stay in the fight out there in the middle.
"19 overs gone. The score is 73 for 4.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough old battle for the Eastern Cape Inyati today. Jason Neiman, 4 of 26 deliveries. Christian Dutoy, 16 of 23. It's Christian Dutoy on strike, and you expect a fielder to go down to long on, and there we go. We have a player going down there. I believe it's Corne Bota. Down the ground from Christian Dutoy. He is trying to rotate the strike as much as possible to keep the runs flowing as much as possible for the Eastern Cape Inyati. The man on the long on boundary moves up to mid on with Jason Neiman on strike. Jason Neiman loses his head slightly there, but he is able to scamper through for a single. The umpire judges that to be leg byes. It's quite fortunate there. Once more, something to expect now as this partnership grows. Mid on moves to long on when Christian Dutoy is batting. Drives that one down the ground, but it goes straight to the captain, David Tiga, standing at mid off.
Another key thing is that as a batting unit, you'd want when the spinners come on, there's two batters that are set, two batters that are scoring to put the spinners under pressure. You don't want spinners coming on and you've lost a wicket and you've got a new batter in. Two batters out there that are scoring will take care of the spinners.
I understand that different formats also call for adjustments in batting lineups, but I was quite surprised to see Innati Simalika coming in ahead of Christian Dutoy.
Sometimes coaches do think outside of the box. So if you look at the Inyati top 4, it's been right-handers only. So throwing in Malika at 5 is to maybe just change the lengths and lines of the bowlers because he's a left-hander. Unfortunately, today it didn't work out, but normally that does work because bowlers get settled into good lines and good lengths. So throwing in a left-hander, it works wonders sometimes. Unfortunately, today it didn't pay off.
20 overs gone. The score is 75 for the loss of 4 wickets. You wonder at what point the Eastern Cape Inyati will look to kick on from here, because at the same stage, the CSA emerging side were on 77 for 2. So runs wise, the Eastern Cape Inyati are ahead, but crucially, they have lost 2 more wickets.
I think currently the Inyati batters can't think too far ahead. It's about the two of them out in the middle doing the job. I think between the two of them, they've got to remind themselves to take it nice and deep so that they don't lose another wicket in the next 5 overs and then break it up into another 5 overs. If you keep batting time, the scoreboard takes care of itself, but it needs both of you contributing in towards of the ones, the twos, the odd boundary here and there, and you keep consulting the scoreboard every 5 overs and to see where you are, and just stretch the game right till the end, because you'll never know what happens at the end with pressure on. But right now, it's about not losing any more wickets and keep ticking over the scoreboard.
That task could get even harder with the introduction of Sipho Utsane, the left arm off spinner for the CSA emerging side. He already has the captain David Tiga standing at first slip, hoping for that edge to get him going. Jason Niemand unfortunately cannot find the gaps at the moment, even when balls are over pitched. It's a pretty identical field to the one that Gaudisa Molefe employed in the first innings from the same end, hoping for the same results. Only a single for Christian du Toit.
I think we did mention earlier that there's a bit of a breeze coming over the scoreboard. So left arm spinner bowling and the wind drifting the ball towards the batter, and then you pitch it and then it turns away from the batsman. I think that's a very dangerous weapon to have.
Chance for 2 runs for the Eastern Cape Inyati, and they are able to go through quite comfortably. 4 runs of the first 4 balls of this Putsani over.
So yeah, just on the tactical side of things, there's reason to why the left arm spinner will be bowling from that end. It's for the drift, pitch, turn it away. Comfortable one there to mid wicket by Jason. I think it's very crucial for Jason Niemand to keep rotating strike. Whilst he's trying to find his feet and trying to find the middle of his bat, keep rotating strike, get away from strike, get one.
Putsana's first over goes for 5 runs. The score is 80 for 4 after 21. There are no reasons for Jason Niemand to try and take risks so far in the innings. He does tend to go to the reverse sweep when he finds that he's been pulled down in one end. It can be to his detriment, but hopefully for the Eastern Cape Inyati, he won't be feeling the pressure quite yet.
Right now, I think it's about calculated risks. Reverse sweeps and laps right now, I think they stay in the bag. The bag is closed and locked. Shot.
Brilliant fielding from the CSA emerging captain, David Tiga. Saved 3 runs there. The Eastern Cape Inyati would have hoped that the outfield would have quickened up a lot more than it actually has at this time of the day. And of course, we see that change in field again when Christian du Toit is on strike. This time they have both long on and long off on the boundary. It's always an interesting one for power hitters like Christian du Toit. You have a long on and long off, and then the bowler puts it in the slot. You ask yourself, should you back yourself to hit this shot? Because when you're practicing, you're never thinking about getting caught.
I think the situation of the game is also dictating how the batters are playing. You know, if it was 150 for 1, I'm sure you'd see the batters taking on the boundary riders. But in this current situation of 81 for 4, you tend to stay away from going in the air. You know, it is the safer option. You want to build a partnership. You want to regain some confidence. So safer the better.
The more sensible option, one down the ground, and have the two fielders come up from long on and long off to mid off and mid on. Brilliant figures for Bandile Mbata so far. 5.3 overs. He's gone for 12 runs and got 2 crucial wickets. Straight to the man at deep square goes Jason Neiman. He's finally moved. He's into the double figures now. Jason Neiman, 10 of 33 deliveries. Oh, brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding. That's the kind of stuff you want to see as a fielding unit. Even when the wickets are not coming, you want your fielders to back up your bowlers. Finishes the over with a single, does Christian du Toit. The score is 84 for 4 after 22. The Eastern Cape Inyati need 187 runs to win off 168 balls. A change of glove might signal a change of tactics for the Eastern Cape Inyati batters. Sipho Putsane will carry on from the Bunkers Hill end.
I think also the big focus here for the batters would be the run rate required. You know, it's at 6.7 right now. They don't want it to get to your 9s, 10s. So if it stays at 6.7 for the next 5, 10 overs, I think they'll be okay. And then they'll look to kick on later on in the innings.
So a good sign for just how far you might be in the game is we know that it's not going to rain, but when you look at that Duckworth Lewis pass score and you see that it says something like 141, obviously you don't have to be there, but it gives you a good indication of just how far behind you are in the game. Jason Neiman back on strike. Sipho Putsane. Easily cut off. Only 1 run of the first 3 deliveries of this over. There you go, Jason Neiman. You expected him to try the sweep sooner or later. Forward defensive.
Botswana staying at the stumps here. He's staying on those stumps. You miss, he's going to hit. So he's staying at the stumps all the time.
Umpire gives him! Christian du Toit cannot believe it, but the Eastern Cape Inyati have lost their 5th wicket. We were just talking about it, saying that the reverse sweeps and the sweeps might not be the order of play at the moment. just try and play with the full face of the bat. But perhaps the pressure got to the Eastern Cape Inyati power hitter. And Sipho Putsana ends his second over, having gone for just 2 runs and got the crucial wicket of Christian du Toit. He departs for 21 runs.
The sweep shot has become the get out of jail shot for a lot of batters. When you don't have options, you go for the sweep shot. I think there he misread the length of the ball and he missed it, hits him in front, and the umpire has given it.
Alindile Mshetywa walks in to join Jason Niemand. The Eastern Cape Inyati in a dire situation. The captain, David Tiger, it seems, is introducing Jorik van Schalkwyk into the attack. He's saying, son, you did this for me with the bat. I need you to finish this game off for me with the ball. It's also a different tactic now the Eastern Cape Inyati might have to employ because they don't have now the insurance of the power hitting that comes with Christian du Toit. And Alindile Mshetywa is very capable with the bat. He is an all-rounder. But the question would be, would you back him to score 185 of 162 balls? Would you back him to stay with Jason Niemand all the way through to the end? Van Schalkwyk changing his field, has a super on the offside, man at deep mid wicket, long on, and deep backward square. Jason Niemand will feel unfortunate there. Ball came nice at a good pace for him. Gets off strike. Brings Alindile Mshetywa, the number 9 for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Number 9 on his back, I should say, because he's the number 7 in the batting order. Brings him in. He's about to take his first ball, and not the worst person to be facing when you're taking your first ball in this game. Jorik van Schalkwyk. It's a freebie of a delivery to get first up for Alindile Mshetywa, and he duly obliges in taking care of it. Gets off the mark with a couple of runs. Moves the score on over to 89. I think you did mention it previously, Os, that they need to take this game in phases now. If they can see themselves to 100 without losing another wicket, then they can start to build from there. Try and get to 150 maybe. Fortunately for the Eastern Cape Inyati, that ball manages to evade the captain, David Tiger. And they go through for a single. 5 balls in this over. They've already got 4 runs. They would love to end it off with a boundary. Instead, it ends in a dot ball.
I think just to go back to your question, I think it's also very important that the likes of Alindile don't overthink the situation. You know, you still got to allow yourself as a batsman to play what you see, you play what's in front of you. Forget about the 270, face what's in front of you, play it like you would play it normally, and let the situation take care of itself. Once you start being in your head too much, that's when you start making mistakes. You know, play the innings, play what you see in front of you, and let the game go. You know, just don't chase anything. Play what's in front of you. Take it nice and deep. You'll never know what can happen in a game of cricket. There's a very capable guy on the other side there, Jason Niemand. So Alindile just needs to play his part, play what's in front of him, and the rest will take care of itself.
Sipho Putsane still on his way from the Bunkersill end. Good fielding, good eagerness shown by both Sipho Putsane and the man standing at cover. Oh, what a delivery! What a delivery! The amount of turn that Putsane was able to get off the deck. And as you would expect, that stops Mhlekwa from trying to play on the back foot because he saw how dangerous that could be. Oh, what a shot from Alindile Mhlekwa.
Oh, field goal.
What great fielding on the boundary. The CSA emerging side will not go down. They are saying to the Eastern Cape Inyati, whatever you can do, we will do better. Imagine how deflating that can be for a batsman if you play a shot that well, but you don't get the full purchase. Defends well does Alindile Mhlekwa to end the over. The score is 92 for 5 after 24. The Eastern Cape Inyati need another 179 runs to win of 150 balls. It will be interesting to see if the experiment of Jorik van Schalkwyk continues, yeah? It looks like it will. You have been mentioning us that it's important for the Eastern Cape Inyati not to allow the situation to get to them or the predicament they find themselves in, but to play what's in front of them. And at the moment, Jason Niemand is on 12 of 38 deliveries. You wonder what it's going to take for him to come out of his shell. He takes the fielders on, finds the gap over cow corner. Jason Niemand finally releases the shackles. He swiftly moves on to 18 of 40 balls. The Eastern Cape Inyati will need a few more of those.
There's a term in cricket that says, express yourself. Maybe now Jason Niemand is starting to express himself. You know, He's seeing the situation, he's seeing the game get away, and he's going, now I'm going to start to play. I'm going to express myself.
You can clearly see that was the plan for Jorik van Schalkwyk, to try and slow that one up a bit and put back the length and suck him into playing that shot. Messes out does Jason Neiman. It's not all going well for him. He's on 18 of 42 deliveries. Defends that last one. The score is 98 for 5 after 26. Too short of the 100 are the Eastern Cape Inyati. And then they can try and move on from there. CSA emerging side, well and truly on top. Sipho Putsani about to carry on from the Bunkers Hill end. Has been very economical in his 3 overs, has gone for 9 and got the wicket of Christian du Toit. Alindile Mhletjwa is very capable of clearing the boundary, especially when he has to play it straight. And the situation seems to be begging for him to play straight at the moment. This time he rocks back and he manages to find the fielder on the sweeper boundary. And he gets off strike. That prompts a change in the field as we see Julie's running all the way to the cow boundary. Well played by Jason Neiman. There's a chance for 2 runs here and they should make it comfortably. The Eastern Cape Inyati pair.
Both the spinners have been allowed to bowl. They've just been allowed to find their lines, find their lengths, and they haven't been put under pressure. Now we're starting to see the batters looking to be positive.
Once more, Jason Neiman hits it to the man on the super boundary on the offside. Those 2 runs brought up the 100 runs for the Eastern Cape Inyati. 102 after 26.4 overs. Mhletjwa is back on strike and he tries to sweep. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat and he's not able to work that ball either side of the man at 45. He's got a single delivery left in this over. Plays it straight to the men on the super boundary. The score is 103 for 5 after 27. While they may be in a dominant position, the CSA emerging side will not want to let the Eastern Cape Inyati off the hook. That's why they are bringing on their opening bowler, J.J. Basson. Bowled 4 overs earlier on, went for 14 runs and got a wicket. He got the wicket of Vian Ruthven. Now he's about to bowl to Alindile Mhletjwa, who will be facing pace bowling for the first time in this innings. They still need a mammoth 168 runs to win off 138 balls. Someone has lost their shoe. It seems as if the bowler
Out of his boots.
is bowling out of his boots. That's the kind of attitude that coaches Malibongo Maketa and Paul Adams want to see in the CSA emerging side. Of course, we have been seeing Paul Adams moving around the field, advising some of his fielders, especially his bowlers, on which lines to target and which bowlers to try and keep on strike. Alright then, both shoes on. Here comes JJ Basson. Alindile Mhletywa tries to play that with a straight face. It closes right at the end, and he manages to go through for a single. Takes the Eastern Cape Inyati to 104 for 5. He moves on to 8. Jason Neiman now. Quick single. Good call from Jason Neiman. Was positive in that call from the jump. But you do wonder at what stage they are going to try and press the trigger. At the moment, the CSA emerging side only have 3 fielders on the boundary. They can have 4, but they don't need that 4th fielder on the boundary because they don't see the threat of the batting unit at the moment.
A little bit of motivation for the batters is to find their own why. You know, when it seems that it's all gloom and doom, you just need to ask yourself, why am I here? You know, once you find your own why, everything else then starts to make sense.
Well played for Jason Neiman. He's able to go through for a couple of runs there. That ball was perhaps not supposed to go through the fielders. He opened a Sydney Harbour bridge and a fortuitous 2 runs for the Eastern Cape Inyati.
No, so if you look at a player like Alindile Mhletywa, if he is asking himself why, there's a lot of whys he can give himself. You know, he's got a hand to put up. He's got a place to fight for in the team. Jason is a well-recognized top order batter of the team. So those whys could help them formulate some sort of plan going forward.
That seemed to have come off the hip of Jason Neiman, and the umpire is shaping up to signal it as a leg by. And that's how we end the over. The score is 109 for 5 after 28. The Eastern Cape Inyati need 162 runs off 132 balls. Desperate times for the team from Gombo City.
What I've also enjoyed about the CSA emerging side is they haven't gone through the motions. You know, they've got 5 wickets, but they haven't gone through the motions of they thinking they've won the game. Their energy levels are still high. They're diving around. Bowlers are hitting their straps. They're there for it up until the 10th wicket has fallen.
And that's how Jason Neiman loses his wicket. He practices the right shot now, but when he was playing it, he seemed to play across the line of the ball. And he finds the neck and the ball goes straight to the man at first slip.
Yeah, have a look there. He's shaping to hit that through mid-wicket region. Ball turning away from him, finds the outside edge, loops it up to first slip. And that's the pressure. That's the pressure of not being able to find runs, the pressure of not being able to access boundaries. Forces him to go across the line to something that he probably should have played with a straighter bat. Takes outside edge, good catch in the slips, and Jason Neiman's gone.
Gone for 24 of 49 deliveries. That was under 50. He was striking it under 50. That is very telling of the situation that the Eastern Cape Inyati have found themselves in. Tandondini strides up to join Alindile Mshekwa. There's a sense of inevitability about this game now. Tandondini joins Alindile Mshekwa at the crease. The score is 109 for 6 after 28.1 overs. The Eastern Cape Inyati staring down the barrel. They need 162 runs to win off 131 balls. But the more realistic scenario at this moment is that the CSA emerging side need 4 more wickets to get their first win of this campaign. A different dynamic for Sipho Putsane to be bowling at. With Tandondini, the ball's going to be coming onto him. A bit less of a problem for a left-hander than he is for a right-hander.
Tandondini is no mug with the bat either. He showed it in the red ball stuff where he could stick around, got himself a 50, but this is a different animal altogether.
Alindile Mshekwa tries to take the bowler on, but the ball just drops and they are only able to scamper through for a couple of runs. But he tried to play that as straight as possible. That is perhaps why he was able to be safe in the end. It's at times like these that, as a coaching unit, you start thinking about net run rates and other scenarios. Umpire calls that a wide.
think as a coach, this is when you start tearing your hair out, asking yourself a lot of questions. But I think this is not a panic situation moment. It's still the first game, you got to trust the process that you've followed with your players, and you got to trust them for the next game.
Tandundini gets a fortuitous single. The ball just manages to go under the arm of the fielder to end the over. The score is 115 for 6 after 29 overs. Of course, we've got the Proteas participating in the World Cup, the Super 8. They're playing against India, and the current score is 84 for 3 after 10 overs. Not really sure. I'm not really sure how it came to be that the first 3 batters were out so quickly, but David Miller seems to be on a rescue mission, is on 40 of 22 deliveries, and Devout Brevis is on 24 of 18.
I also think if ever your top 4, top 5 are going to fail and you're not going to get a great total, you'd want it to be on the first game of the season rather than later on in the season where the table is now finding its own formation. You'd rather get it out of the way nice and early so that the players also know, okay, right, from here onwards, we've got to have our A game. And yeah, so it's not all doom and gloom. No coach wants it for their team, but I think if you know that it's going to happen, or if it has to happen, I think it's better it happens up front than it happens later on in the competition.
And you can see the approach that the 2 batters are currently employing. It is very much them being a conservative, trying to keep it to a respectable result.
I also think just these 2 have got to make the CSA emerging side work for their wickets. Just because the scoreboard is telling one story doesn't mean that Ntini and Mhletjwa are just going to chuck their wickets away. They've got to make the bowling side work for them, and they've got to earn their wickets, and they've got to try and accumulate as many runs as they can.
Misses out there, does Alindile Mhletjwa. Mistime that delivery. Also, we have to applaud the first inning from the CSA emerging side, because they put themselves in this situation through the batting of players like Paul James, but especially Jorik van Schalkwyk. And now in the second inning, when the Eastern Cape Inyati were in good positions at stages, they had moments of brilliance in the field. For example, that catch that got the better of Nathan Rue. We will be replaying that catch for the entire season. But it's important for them to finish off the job here. Their coaches will not be satisfied, and neither should the players. Alindile Mhletjwa mistimes yet another one, but he's able to go through for a single. But you can see the intent is clearly there from Mhletjwa.
Yeah, the plan is to always keep fighting. Like I said earlier, the scoreboard might read differently, but you, the person that's out there in the middle, you got to take control of your own wickets. You got to take the fight to the bowlers. you can't back down. You know, you got to keep fighting till the end.
Annantini seemed to be stuck in his crease there. Front foot not moving towards the ball. At the end of the 30th over, the score is 117 for 6.
The left arm spin of Potana. 5 overs, 2 wickets, 20 runs. Bowling to Alindi Lemhletywa. Rocks on the back foot, hitting the sweep out on the offside for 1. And I think this is key for the two batters now, is that every time the spinner misses his mark, they've got to look at going after him. You know, don't die wondering. In Xhosa they say, "Ijoni lifele emfazweni," and this applies to these two batters right now. Dini rocks back on the back foot, hits it through mid-wicket, and they get 2 there. Playing the ball there with the spin, so no risk taken at all.
Sure. Some enthusiasm showed by the CSA emerging side, but the umpire not interested, telling the bowler, go back to your mark. Sipho Putsani. Brave of Tanantine to rock back there. That seemed to be the one that skids on. That's the end of the over off the back of brilliant fielding from Sipho Putsani. His 6 overs have gone for 23 runs so far, and he's got 2 wickets. Score is 120 for 6 after 31. We are back from the drinks break with a bowling change. Korne Botha is back and Alindile Mhletjwe is on strike for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Starts off with a wide. The Eastern Cape Inyati are 121 for 6 after 31 overs. Mhletjwe is on 14. He's joined at the crease by Tandondini. The situation is dire for the home team, but they will still have hope. They have trust in these two players. It's something that they tried to address when the season started, having someone at 6 and 7 that is capable of putting him in a good position. But with balls like that, it doesn't matter what kind of batsman you are. The umpire will always stick you for those if the ball hits you on the back leg.
Yeah, Lindile going probably mid-wicket region, misses it, hits him in front, and the umpire gives him. You know, he was trying to stay in the fight there, looking to score, but unfortunately, he too falls.
Mhletjwe has gone for 14 of 24 deliveries. Tandondini awaits his next partner, and Michael Copeland, the Eastern Cape Inyati. Michael Copeland, the Eastern Cape Inyati 12th man, is probably in there to try and tell him what the coaches are telling him, and that is, you should try and win this on your own, Tando. You can see his head dropping. You can see Tando's head dropping. Chad Carson. He can hold a bat. The Eastern Cape Inyati players do have highlights with bat in hand, but that is all in the 4-day game. A long discussion between the two new batters, Tandondini and Chad Claassen. You'd like to think that it really is just down to two things now. Either the coach is saying we should care about our net run rate, or just swing for the fences, gents.
I don't think the swing for the fences is going to come from the coach's mouth. I think it's more about pride, our pride, dignity, knuckle down, don't make it easy for them, show some fight, some dignity, and whatever happens, happens, but don't just throw it away.
Sensible. Played off the back foot straight to the man at mid-off. Chad Claassen's first delivery is a dot ball. Tandondini is currently on 5 of 10. Eastern Cape Inyati, it's been the story of the innings, really. It's been the story of the innings. Chad Claassen is off the mark with a single. Brings Tandondini on strike. Korne Botha had his first wicket there. Now only Jorik van Schalkwyk hasn't gotten a wicket, and you would be primed to think that he won't get the chance. They are going for the jugular here on the CSA emerging side. A played full face of the bat, Tandondini, perhaps a signal to his top order that they should have played like that, because he was able to stay in that stance for a very long time.
Tandondini is one of those bowlers that love his batting. You know, he spends a lot of time having throwdowns, hitting balls. You know, I think he wants to become an all-rounder. So he has a chance, an opportunity for him to get some runs, get a not out, a cheeky not out here, and walk past the coach and say, Coachy, I hope you're watching.
That's the end of the first over after drinks. The score is 122 for 7 after 32. The CSA emerging side need 3 more wickets to register their first win of this campaign. The Eastern Cape Inyati need an improbable 149 of 108 balls to get the defense of their title in a positive, off to a positive note. This is Sipho Butsane's 7th over on the trot. And I'm sure he's dreaming of a fifer here. Pretty standard field. He's kept the same field for the entirety of his spell. He's got a man on the sweeper, offside, man at deep backward square, long on, and his mid on is on the bound. It is in the circle. He's gone. Tandondini is gone.
Sure.
Chad Clarkson, rather, loses his wicket. Short stay at the crease for Chad Clarkson. He's gone for a single run. A great catch from David Tiga. Diving low to his right. Manages to scoop the ball up before it bounces on the grass. The Eastern Cape Inyati 122 for 8. Playing with hard hands was Chad Clarkson. Not trying to caress that ball into the gap, but it was trying to force it into it. And that brings Nico van Sail. Him and Tando had a memorable partnership
Mm-hmm.
in the 4-day game earlier on in the season. The Eastern Cape Inyati will be hoping for a similarly miraculous intervention from these two.
Clever bowling there from the left arm spinner. Bowling to a tail-ender, went wide of the crease, angled the ball into the stumps, slowed it up, pitched, had a little bit of purchase. Batsman going through the shot, nicking off, and a great catch there in the slip. That's proper bowling. That's clever. As we see now, new man Nico van Sail also having the task of facing up to Potan, who's bowled brilliantly today.
The fifer is still on the cards for Sipho Butsaane. He's got 4 balls to operate, with the hope that Corne Porta will not take care of business on the other end. Good fielding of his own bowling, which is a hallmark of all spinners. What's been impressive about this CSA emerging side is that they're not just taking the wickets, but they're also taking wickets of good balls as well. They're forcing the Eastern Cape Inyati batters to try take risks off those good balls because they're not giving them many freebies. The only wicket that you would say came off a bad ball was the one that got the Eastern Cape Inyati captain.
Nathan.
Yes, Nathan Rue.
Yeah, that I fully agree with you. It's been disciplined, and when the bowling side's giving you nothing to score off, you find yourself chasing after good balls to try and make them bad balls, and then that's when the mistakes happen. That's what the bowling side wants. They tie you down, they bog you down with good disciplines, force you into a mistake, and also what they've done is to hold on to their catches. I mean, those catches that they've taken today have been screamers, which shows you good disciplines from the fielding side. So well done to the CSA emerging side.
Nico van Zyl will front up to Corne Porta. Porta will be looking to spoil the party for Sipho Putane, taking away the chance of him getting a five-fer. And they'll be telling you it's for the good of the team. But I know bowlers can be selfish about fifers. No, honestly, it's the same with the batters because you could find a guy on 96 and the team needs 2 runs to win, but he's on the non-strikers end. He'll tell you that for the good of the team, just hit the winning runs, it's fine. But deep down, these batters, man.
I think batters are more renowned to look after one another than what bowlers do.
The batsmen's union. Fable. It's a myth.
The bowlers' union's not loyal. The batsmen's union is loyal. We support one another. Bowlers, they'll tell you about sore feet. They'll tell you about this, that, and the other. So they'll take as many wickets as they can, regardless of the other guy on the other end. Batters, we tend to look after one another. If you know the other guy's on 99 and you're on 3, you block it out. He gets the 100. He wins the game. We're there for one another.
Oh, that is very close, but the umpire says it's probably doing too much. And it would have been drifting.
Yeah, and getting there, Nico van Zyl. See his front foot there going right across towards extra cover and the ball angling in, probably missing leg stump. But again, he closes himself off. He's not going to the ball. He's got to try and get that head going straight so his feet can follow as well. And then he can have full access to the ball. There he's closing himself off. His bat's not being able to access the ball.
Does much better this time, does Nico van Zyl. And he manages to go through for a single. Tandantini still there. They've got 2 wickets remaining, the Eastern Cape Inyati. Only Gaudi Molefe is still in the shed. Not renowned for his batting is Gaudi Molefe. Every ball is bringing oohs and ahs. Once more, it looks like Tandantini's bat came down at an angle there. Or perhaps he had a gap between the bat and the pad. What the? Last ball. Can he get Dini? Dini responds by saying, I'm going to dispatch this guy. No chance for David Tiga. A welcome boundary for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Score moves on to 128 for 8 after 34 overs.
When bowlers score runs, they tend to walk into the changing room and look at all the batsmen that didn't score and intentionally ask them, what did you get today? Simply because they know they outscored them. Tandontini stating his claim. Botsane about to start his 8th over, bowling to Nico van Zyl. Sneaky one to mid-wicket there, inside half of the bat. Botsane has operated to the right-handers with no cow corner, inviting the batsman to go across the line and try and hit him over cow with the drift and the spin away from them. Very courageous from the young man.
The boundary from Tandontini in the previous over, the last ball of the previous over, was the first one since the 17th over for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Over half of their innings. That will be a tough one to take. Nico van Zyl. It is actually interesting to see that Nico van Zyl has the number 16 on his back. As we all know, Tandontini is very fond of the 16. He wore it as a junior SAT member, and his father used to wear it. You do wonder if the conversation ever came up. But I see he's wearing the number 77. His father was born in 1977, if I'm not mistaken. So I wonder if it has any connection.
I think also growing up as a youngster, you tend to want to follow in the footsteps of those that have led you before. And then it gets to a certain stage where you go, I'm going to start finding my own way. So maybe him parting ways with the number 16 was part of him finding his own feet and trying to do things his own way. Oh, golden arm.
The golden arm of Bandile Mbata is back into the attack. He took the 2 wickets that broke the back. Maybe he can take the 2 wickets that end the match. Were you a believer in numbers, Oz? On your back?
Not really. Didn't really matter to me, what number was on my back. Because at the end of the day, you can't see it. It's for other people to worry about, not for you. So it didn't really register to me.
So no superstitions or anything like that.
I'm as real as they come. Superstitions for me don't work. I believe in facts. Quite simple person I am.
Because we get to hear stories all around. You hear Sean Pollock when he's talking about guys like Neil McKenzie and about how they like to keep their spaces in the changing room in a specific manner, or else they would believe that things would not go as well as they're supposed to. So you never had teammates like that or anything like that, or even the players that you coach. Like they never tell you about their superstitions.
The only person I've shared a changing room with that is super superstitious was Wayne Madsen back at Rovers in Durban. Yeah, outside of him, no one else really.
Oh, that's a tough one.
Mbata, the golden arm, strikes again. Yeah, he's yet to finish the match. He broke the back earlier on. Now pitches one up. Hits Nico van Zyl right in front of the stumps. Umpire gives him out. The golden arm works again. Bandile Mbata. Yeah, so just to go back on my story, so Wayne Madsen had the way he put his pads in the changing room. He'd come in, he'd take them out of his bag, put them in a certain way, put his bat there in a certain way, go up for the warm-up. Then he'd take them, put it back in his bag before he padded up. And he always used to put his left pad on first. So, and I found that very fascinating because for me, if I was looking for my socks, everything else would come out of my bag. It would be all over the changing room. And then when it was time for me to pad up, I'll be running around the changing room trying to find everything. So, yeah. And I think after that, I think every other changing room that I've been on has been a mess, which for cricketers is normal.
So no meticulous planning of this has to go there, or if this isn't where it's supposed to be, then it just messes with your whole vibe.
I packed my bag. I knew everything was in there. That was enough for me. In the changing room, I'd find it regardless of where it is.
Because you know it's supposed to be in the change room anyway.
It will be there somewhere.
Gaudi Sumulefe comes in for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Nico van Zyl was gone for 4 runs. The score is 131 for 9, and the game is well and truly done and dusted. Bandile Mbata, he's got 3 balls left in this over. Looking to carry on where he has shown from his 6.3 overs so far.
Just another story that I have. Back in the day, I was still in Durban coaching at DHS. A kid back then by the name of Sibonelo Makanya, who's now playing for the Titans.
Yes.
He was my captain at DHS, and every time Sibs went out to bat, if he didn't throw up in the first 2 overs of him batting, I knew he wasn't going to score runs. He was going to fail. And it just happened from time and time again. We'd face 3-4 balls, he'd walk away, literally run away to square leg, take his helmet off, throw up. Then I'd put my feet up because then I'm going to watch a great innings. I don't know if he still does that because he plays on TV now.
That's exactly what I was thinking. They would have to censor that, surely. Playing in the SA20, you walked all the way to the square leg umpire and throws up.
But it was a long time ago, so maybe I outgrew that. Maybe it was the nerves.
Yeah. He's a 30-year-old man now, Sibs. So surely he's gone past that. The golden arm, Bandile Mbata, just bowled a maiden over. A maiden over for the golden arm, Bandile Mbata. Maiden wicket, I should say.
Potsani about to start his 9th over with good figures of 3 for 27 in 8. He's bowled really, really well. Great control. Good pace. Mixes up his pace well. Moves around in the crease. And he feels very well of his own bowling as well. He takes care of his figures. Spinners tend to do that.
I wonder if there's left arm off spinners union. Because I could see when Kgaudi Molefe was sitting close to us earlier on in the innings that he admired the work of the young Sipho Putsane. Now he has to face him.
I'm sure there's a left arm spinners union out there somewhere, but they're just not as loud as what the fast bowlers are.
We're not loud. We're very proud. What
Sure.
a shot from Kgaudi Molefe. Brilliant cover drive. That's
Great
one of
hands.
the reasons why the off spinners union is not as loud as the others. Because how can you do that to one of your own?
Yeah, great hands through the line of the ball there by Molefe.
It's also worth noting that Sipho Putsane and Kgaudisa Molefe went to the same school as well. Both left arm off spinners, both SA under 19, former SA under 19 players. Some schools have it all. Tandantini is back on strike. Takes a quick signal, does Tandantini, and the fielder wisely keeps the ball in his hand. JJ Basson, I believe. $138 for 9 after 37 overs. The CSA emerging side required just one more wicket for the win. Bandilimbata coming back. Is more than likely going to look for the LBW decision on Tandantini, the one that skids on. It's going to be difficult coming from that angle to get that LBW. The ball most likely to be pitching outside leg. That's what having a left-hander in your batting lineup brings. And that's why they miss the likes of Jerome Bozza
Mhm.
and this Eastern Cape Inyati team. Can Mbata finish this match off in this over? Tandantini would beg to differ. Plays a lazy shot, does Tandantini. Finds the outside edge, goes through for a single. Brings Gaudisa Molefe on strike. The thing that usually happens at tail enders is if you try and hit the top of off stump often enough as a bowler, the tail ender will lose patience and try to hit you out the park and get castled. Let's see just how much patience Gaudisa Molefe has.
Or what tailenders will do is anything outside the stumps they'll play and they'll miss. As soon as the bowler goes straight, it hits the middle of the bat. And this normally goes on for about 9 to 10 overs of oohs and ahs. You go outside of stump, they'll miss you. You come straighter, they'll hit the middle of the bat for about 9 or 10 overs.
Bat first. Bat first is the umpire. That's how we end the over. Bandi Limbata, outstanding figures, tremendous figures of 8 for 17. He's got 3 wickets. Score is 141 for 9 after 38. As expected, they are trying to bowl Sipho Botsane all the way through. Tandantini manages to sort out his feet quickly enough, get that ball to the leg side boundary, and they go through for 2 runs. Gaudisa Molefe is as quick between the wickets as he is around the field. Oh, Tandantini. Brave, brave man to be going backwards there. loud call from Gaudisa Molefe to only keep it at 1 run. He clearly values his wicket and that of his batting partner Tandondini. It's important for the Eastern Cape Inyati to remain professional, even in situations that seem like lost causes. Sipho Putsani has only 1 ball left in his spell. He's also had tremendous figures of what could be 10 overs for 37 runs, 3 wickets. Down on 1 knee as goes Gaudisa Molefe to end the over. 10 overs for 37 runs and 3 wickets for Sipho Putsane. The score is 144 for 9 after 39.
Yeah, he bowled well, the young man. Bowled with great control, good pace, mixed it up well. Very disciplined. Good day out for him.
A change of tactics from David Teager, the captain of the CSA emerging side. He says, off with the gentle medium pace of Bandile Mbata, and I'm bringing back my pace bowler, JJ Basson. Tandondini cuts that straight to the man standing at a galley-ish point. It will be interesting to see how Basson bowls to Gaudisa Molefe should he get the chance. Tandantini immediately calls for 2, but the fielder on the boundary, Jorik van Schalkwyk, was able to cover so much ground, and he keeps it down to just 1. This is what you were talking about earlier on, when it already looked like they had won the game, but they were not going through the motions. The fielders are still on high alert.
Yeah, and that's credit to the players and to the coaching staff, always pushing, not giving in, not going through the motions, going all the way up until you get your 10 wickets or you score the last run. That, I think, is very important, especially for a young team that's in a tournament, to execute well and to execute till the end.
Let's see how JJ Basson executes here against Gaudi Molefe. Well played from Molefe. You can see Molefe is not flustered. He's very capable of holding the bat. But the situation is a lost cause.
Played.
Soft hands from Gaudi Molefe plays it down to third man for a single. Gets the Eastern Cape Inyati ever closer to that 150 run mark.
Played by Tandon full face of the bat, blading it straight to mid-off. Quick single. He says, Howdy, good luck. Howdy doesn't seem to be bothered by the pace of Basson here. Last ball that he faced, he just opened the face, ran it down to third man, just gave the strike back to his batting partner, the Tandon. Big call there from Howdy. Hits the bat in a loud shout of no, showing confidence and authority there. Tailenders can be frustrating to the fielding side. You know, you just think because you've got a team 9 down that last week is just going to fold. Tailenders can frustrate you. Tailenders can stick it out there for 10 overs with big calls. They'll clip you through fine leg for 4, nick one through over the keeper's head for 4. They're just dirty runs, but they collect runs and they frustrate the bowling side. After 40 overs, SA emerging side was on 184 for 3, and the Inyati is on 147 for 9. I think this is where the CSA emerging side started going for the big total. See you later. Change of bowling because Botswana has done his spell and Julie's back into the attack. Ball 6 overs up front, 1 for 16. Now it's coming back and he's bowling to Tando Ntini. Important to note that the emerging side, to get a bonus point, they've got to bowl out the Inyati side for less than 216 runs. Ntini again, full face of the bat, hitting back to the bowler. Another big loud call of no. These two are showing a lot of confidence, and I believe they mate. So batting with your mate is always fun because the competition between the two of you is one to look forward to.
Yeah, the bonus point factor also keeps the CSA emerging team fully immersed into the game. Tandon is going to try and look for 2, and he gets there comfortably. Kgaudisa Molefe gives him a round of applause as well. The score moves on to 147. It's quite a difficult one seeing the Eastern Cape Inyati getting to 216. But
You never know.
you never know. So there's a game within a game here. Fortunately for Tandantini, he hit that one a bit too hard for himself to get the opportunity to take that quick single. But they are just 1 run away from 150, and the partnership is 18. Smashed down the ground by Ntini. The bowler took evasive action there. No chance. No chance of a catch. That brings the 150 up for the Eastern Cape Inyati. Well played, Tando. You are on 26 runs at the moment. JJ Basson coming from around the wicket, trying to give Gaudi Molefe something different to think about. Plays it straight down the ground. And the fielder, Bandi Limbata, is able to keep it down to just 2 runs, but that was a great shot from Gaudi Molefe. Presented the full face of the bat. On 95. Once more, sensible batting from Gaudi Molefe. He tries as hard as he can to play with a straight bat. Some logic that evaded the Eastern Cape Inyati top order batters today.
Yeah, a lot of those batters will be asking themselves a lot of questions today.
Good shot from Gaudi Molefe. The most important thing there was that he always looked like it was under control. He had it under control.
You know, as a batsman, you know that there's going to be a ball there with your number on it that's going to get you out. But a lot of the time, it must be a ball that deserves your wicket. You know, if you ask yourself the question after the game, was that ball good enough to get me out? And if your answer is yes, then there's nothing you could have done about it. But if you got yourself out, then you got to start asking yourself why.
There are plenty of whys that will be going around the Eastern Cape Inyati camp. A lot to ponder for the batters.
Yeah, I think also just a little bit of analysis, you know, going back, watching the game, watch how you went out, what you're going to do differently the next time around, what could you have done differently today, you know, so that self-talk helps quite a lot.
Bashes it straight to the man. At long on does Tandondini for a single. It's a very good throw. Brings Gaudi Molefe back on strike. The partnership is a very respectable 26. Molefe is on 9. Tandondini is on 27. The score, crucially, is past the 150 run mark. Searching for that magic delivery is JJ Basson. Unfortunately, he strays down the leg side, but there is still some movement in this ball.
The frustration of bowling to a number 11 batter. Like I said earlier, outside off stump, they'll miss you. Straight at the stumps, full face of the bat. The body language of JJ Basania not being great. Slouching shoulders, slightly disappointed in the last two balls that he's bowled. Slower ball, Gowdy picks it, punches straight down the ground, long off, 1 run. End of the 42nd over. 160 for 9. Tando Ntini on 27. And Gowdy Molefe is on 10. Now, if these two can just see out till 50 overs, the frustrating thing will be towards the bowling side because they couldn't get that last wicket. And these two will walk out feeling good about themselves and what they've just done for the team. Julius fires one at the stumps. Gowdy keeps it out. You know, these two have looked, they haven't looked out of place. Ntini and Molefe, they haven't looked out of place at all. You know, they're fighting well, looking to score, running hard between the wickets. You know, friends batting out there together and just having fun, you know, enjoying the moment. Big slow ball there from Julius. Gowdy picked it up in the last second or last minute, keeps it out, and stares back at him as if to say, what was that about? A lot of the time you strike bowlers bowling to number 11 batters, just for some reason, just can't seem to get them out. You know, you're safer with a spinner or a part-time bowler, you know, a partnership breaker. Give him the bowl to the number 11, drops it halfway down the pitch, gets hit to deep square leg, wicket, game done. Pitched up, Gowdy blades one through the covers, finds the sweeper. And I also think just your tail enders to your opening bowlers, they man up. They want to show the other guys in the team that they faced up to the opening bowlers. So they're up for the challenge. When you got a spinner, flights it up, they want to hit you, or a part-time bowler, they want to hit them. But yeah, these two have done an incredible job here, chasing that 50 overs. Julius fires one onto leg stump. Ntini clips it to long on. Running hard there, Gowdy, wanting to come back for the second one, but they only settle for one. 162 for 9. With one ball to go in this over. Oh, Gowdy stretching his hamstrings there. He's been doing a lot of sprints, stretching those hamstrings. Here comes Julius. Yorked him, and Gowdy kept it out. You bowl foot stump. He's going to try and cover drive you. He's going to miss you. He's going to go to the keeper. The second you go at the stumps, that door is shut. That was a good Yorker that, and Gaudi did well to keep it out.
All right then. JJ Basson coming back over the wicket to Tandantini. Tandantini took a bit of a long time to set himself there, and JJ Basson has to go all the way back to the top of his mark. Straight back down the ground, and Mbata does the fielding. There was no chance there for JJ Basson to take that catch. He does not have to feel bad about it. Healthy partnership of 32 runs. Tandantini also on 29 runs. Of 41 deliveries. Wide ball from JJ Basson. It's something that usually happens to bowlers when you have a left hand right hand combination at the crease, because that ball would have been a perfect line had he been bowling to Tandantini, who is the left hander. And it prompts him to try and bowl from the other side. He is now coming around the wicket. For once, Gaudi Molefe not timing the ball perfectly. The ball sticking there on the crease. And when he played it, his bet was way too far out in front of him. Tandandini is looking at the field, yeah, and he sees that in front of square on the offside, there is no one protecting the boundary. And you can imagine that he's going to try and go over the top. Basson bowls that ball straighter, and Tini swings for the fences, loses his shape, but fortunately gets the inside edge. Caught in two minds there was Gaudi Molefe, whether to try and dab that ball down to third man or to leave it. In the end, he did neither. Of course, we did explain that both teams have something to play for. The Eastern Cape Inyati are trying to put themselves in a position where they do not lose by a bonus point. They don't know how handy that might come. The CSA emerging side and the emerging side are trying to win by that bonus point. It's improbable to see the Eastern Cape Inyati getting to 216 before the end of this game, but if the CSA emerging side managed to get them out before they get to 216, then they will win by a bonus point. Julie's about to try to get Tandantini out once more. Tandantini plays a wonderful shot down the ground and gets yet another boundary for himself and the Eastern Cape Inyati. His total moves on to 34. The partnership is a remarkable 39 for the last wicket.
Yeah, Tandontini with the top score of the day for the Inyati side. Like I said earlier, he's going to walk past the coach and say, yeah, coachy, I hope you're watching.
Tries to attack the body, does Rael Julius. Tandantini. Julio obliges and he just works it onto the leg side, gets through for a single, and we get to see more of this blockbuster action between Julius and Gaudi Molefe. Gave him a couple of tough Yorkers to deal with in the previous over. Let's see how he goes here. Tests him with a bouncer. Gaudi keeps his bat in the right place. Perhaps his face was looking away, but was able to fend that one off. Well played from Gaudi Molefe. Just gently nudges that ball down to the third man boundary for yet another single. His strike rotation has been impressive here. If you look at the scoreboard for the Eastern Cape Inyati, you see a 29, a 15, a 24, a 21, a 14. It tells you that batters were able to get starts or they were able to survive for long enough to get to the double figures. And then after that, they got out. They never got themselves to the position that Tandantini is in right now, where he is being very aggressive against the bowling of Julius. Gets himself another couple of runs, does Tandantini. The partnership, once more, is 43 runs for the last wicket. It's a very good slow ball to end the over by Julius. And you can see that Tandantini's stance is very different now. He's not starting with some of his stumps exposed. He is covering all of them, looking to play that ball to the leg side almost every delivery. At this stage, the CSA emerging after 45 overs with 232 for 4, whilst the Eastern Cape Inyati are now 174 for 9. Parity we last had at around the 20 over mark, and that was only when you're talking about the number of runs, but the number of wickets that the Eastern Cape Inyati have lost after the first 10 overs have been very telling. And this is the man that did it all for the CSA emerging side. Bandile Mbata is back into the attack. He's got 2 overs left. Can he finish it off here?
Gaudi's favorite shot, that the dab to third man, gets him off strike, takes a single with a big smile on his face. Says, Tando, you take it over, buddy.
Field changes for Tanantini. He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary. Tries to take them on. The fielder drops the catch and the ball goes for a 4. Jorik van Schalkwyk has been having a perfect day up until that point. Tanantini raising the hopes of the Eastern Cape Inyati team here that they can perhaps get to that first target of 216 before the end of this game. The partnership is 48 runs. This time Tanantini connects perfectly, way over square leg. And that gets the partnership for the last wicket to 54 runs of 63 balls. 4 fours, and that's 6. It's a remarkable achievement from Tanantini and Gaudisa Molefe.
You know, those singles that Gaudi keeps taking the first ball of each over, and he just wants to watch from the other end. Tickle to fine leg. Tando comes back for his second one. These two have really, really done a good job together. They've batted well, they've had fun, and they've been positive. They haven't looked to be bothered by anything. They're just out there having fun, 2 mates batting together and just having fun. Good to see out there from Tando and Gaudi Molefe. Tando strides forward, defends one to the covers. Big shot of no. Gaudi Molefe understanding the situation. Yeah, understands his mate is on 49. Tando understands he's on 49. Gaudi wants to sprint through for his mate to get to that 50. Ntini, bowled by Mbata, inside edge, going across the line, looking for that 1 to get him to 50. Chops it onto his stumps. Mbata picks up his 4th wicket of the game, and that's the 10th wicket, which ends the match today. A big win for the CSA emerging side, beating the Eastern Cape Inyati team.
Yeah, and if anyone deserved that wicket, it was Bandile Mbata. He breaks the valiant stand that Tanantini and Gaudisa Molefe had for the last wicket for the Eastern Cape Inyati. And that's how it ends here at Buffalo Park today. Jorik van Schalkwyk, quite well and truly the player of this game. He did well for his team. He scored 142. He put them in the driver's seat and now they are in the driver's seat for this competition. We will see you again on the 4th of March for another game here at Buffalo Park that features the Eastern Cape Inyati against a different opponent. Hopefully for the home side, they will have differing fortunes as well. Tandantini is coming off and his team is ready to give him a round of applause, a standing ovation for his well played 49. Unfortunate for him that he has to go out for 49. The one time that he got tentative when he was batting, that's when he got out. It's been good to have you here in East London in good weather. Perfect conditions for cricket. We will see you again on the 4th of March. Thank you.
Well, the number, yeah.